You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Monday evening, 11 p.m., June 26, 2023. I can see the chat is here. Anna has joined us. This is day 5. We played Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This is our 5th day. Prologue we played on Thursday. Jonathan Warner has turned up. Okay, so this may be the last day, but it's possible we'll have another day after this. We're definitely going to finish chapter 2 today. In fact, we could finish it right here. And then we're told there's a short chapter 3, which is an epilogue, but there are cards for it and a storybook for it, so little unknown. Let's talk about where we left off. We've played 2 6-hour sessions, 6.5-hour sessions playing through chapter 2, which really felt very different. Much more of a sort of adventure game, use objects, and many puzzles open at once. And here's the table where it stands. We discovered 3 towers in this land. One here, the Mind Tower. One here, the Elemental Tower, and one Chronos Time Tower that's not on the map, that's hidden on the map somewhere. As we explored the towers, we uncovered this tower first. We got to the top of it, and we were told when we got to the top that we're only going to be able to get to the top of one, we're only be able to escape from this place from one tower, and that one tower is going to give us some special powers. When we uncovered this tower, this is the Elemental Tower, and it says your stamina must be at least 10, and we had a pretty high stamina at that point. We had 8 stamina, 2 spirit, 5 sanity. So it was clear that this was the tower that was going to be the easiest to get out of, but we were very miserly and careful with our actions. Eventually uncovered the Chronos Tower, which sounded much more appealing in terms of its ability to travel through time. So this one lets us control the elements. The Mind Tower drove people crazy a little bit. It seemed the least appealing, although it also seemed like the one that was most specifically tied to the worm vines, which were making the villagers crazy and that we were trying to help. So you might guess that getting off this tower ability, which is the ability to read minds, control minds, maybe understand about the worm vines, might be the best suited for our quest, but the Time Tower seemed the most interesting. And then we got some hints that we could even be in some, like we thought we were in some medieval village. Then the story as it's unfolding seems to be that we're actually in the future when mankind destroyed itself. And then these people have created this village and created these worm vines to keep us from making the same mistake again. So it's not clear if we may be in the future, sort of like not a virtual world, although there are some hints that we could even be inside a virtual world, but that we're being protected or watched over by people. And then we've caught glimpses of 2 people. One we had a vision of, this woman Mora with white hair, and she's sort of fading in and out of these towers. And we found a note from her, one of 3, this note, and it says, "Find me after leaving the tower. I'm exactly between the 2 furthest totems in the indicated area." And then it says 1 of 3. And we found that in, I believe, this room here. But we've got no sign of the other 2 notes. It's possible that they're not until the epilogue, or it's possible that they're somewhere in these remaining areas of the tower that we haven't been to. So there's 9 areas we haven't been to. 4 on the Elemental Tower. 1, 2, 3, 4. We haven't been to the shipwreck. We haven't been here. 2 on the Time Tower. This weird scary place and this place. And then 4 on the mental tower. Here, here, here. 3 on the mental tower. 3, 7, 8, 9. 9 total. 3 on the mental tower, 2 on the time tower, 4 on the elemental tower. We ended the game completing our last actions. We have no more actions we can take. However, through some very careful marshaling of our actions and some very clever spotting by Jonathan Warner and everyone else, real team effort here, spotted that there were some ice cubes here. Well, let me back up, because this is important for me to take credit for. When we basically ran out of actions, we had enough stamina to get off through the stamina tower. And the group in the channel after 5 hours or so said, let's go, let's leave. The game warns you early on, don't dawdle, don't waste time. The faster you get through with the least damage, the better your ending is. So the group in the channel wanted to leave the tower. And there was a bunch of puzzles. There's lots of puzzles we haven't solved now, but much less than you see here. We had enough. We had 10. We were here. We were basically here. We had 10 to get off. Maybe we had 10 to get off. So we got our 10. We could leave with some spare actions. And I refused. I said, we're not getting off. We are not leaving except through the time tower, even though at that point our spirit was only 3. So we were a long way from being able to get up the time tower, but I insisted that we forge ahead. And we did forge ahead. We danced with the caveman. That got us a bunch more spirit. And we slowly and steadily uncovered, solved puzzles, and we slowly and steadily increased our spirit towards the 10. Down to our last action, being very careful. Where would we go? What might get us a puzzle to increase our spirit? And slowly but surely built up our spirit. Here we are. We got 8 spirit. One of my decisions, though, took us below 10 stamina, so we couldn't get out if we wanted to. That was dangerous. Then we thought we had a puzzle that was going to give us spirit, and all of a sudden, it gave us 5 more stamina. So we were able to get off through the stamina tower, and at that point, the whole expedition mutinied on me and said, get out. Get out of the tower. Get out of the elemental tower, cut our losses, stop playing games, stop risking it, get out. And I said no. I said, we must persevere up the mountain. And up we went. And Jonathan, on our last action, spotted... No, what happened was... And Tina, who's our chief puzzle solver, think of this as the expedition in the Arctic. Everyone's going crazy. And Tina fully went crazy after being our expert puzzle solver. Went fully crazy. And I said, after insisting we go on, I'll go wherever you want to go. And where did Antina want to go? Right into the depth of this dark cave. Not even down here where there's a little bit of light, but straight into the monsters in the total darkness. Trying to get us killed, I assume. But I took us in. I said, all right, we're going to go in. We had a few more actions. That's what we did. We took a chance. We rested, or we focused. We got a few more actions. And Antina, in his insanity, said, go right into the dark depths of the cave. But I couldn't say no because he had solved all these puzzles for us. So in we went into the cave. Total panic. Things grabbed us. We ran for it. We tripped. And as we tripped, we picked something up off the floor as we ran out. What did we pick up off the floor? A torch, which we were able to light on fire with our blue flame here, which I had used previously to burn up that note that somehow is not burned up. So we lit the torch with the fire, and now we had a torch, but we were down to 1 or 2 actions left. So I thought, okay, they're going to send us back into that dark room with the monsters again. And Jonathan said, wait a second, look over at that ice room over there. And he said, there's some ice blocks. Is it possible that the torch would help us melt those ice blocks? Sure enough, we went in that room. We melted the ice blocks. We got a very fancy bird feather. And what did that feather give us? Well, it was an angel feather with 4 spirit. And when you add that in, what do you get? You get the fact that Gilbert now has... that was sanity. That's not what we wanted. Where was the thing we got 4 for? Oh, the feather, right, sorry. There's the feather. Gave us 3 spirit. I'll get to that next one later. That gave us 3 spirit. Sorry for stepping on the story. With that 3 spirit, guess what? We now have 11 spirit, enough to get out the Kronos Tower. The tower that I've been wanting to get out and get the power of time the whole time. And then the group said, now you leave. Now we go home. And I said, no, we're not done yet. We've still got actions left. Rather than save them, we're on a roll, let's risk it. And the whole group mutinied. And Tina and Nicola left the channel, gave their proxy votes to Jonathan. Jonathan said, okay, I'm willing to stick around, but I take no blame. If something goes wrong and we lose our spirit, I take no responsibility. So all the responsibility was put on me, your expedition leader. But that's okay. That's what I'm here for. That's why I've got the YouTube channel. I am the expedition leader. So I took us into the mental tower where I risked our sanity. We solved a puzzle. And Tina woke up from his delirium to solve it for us. We solved the puzzle, and look what we got. The full antidote for the worm vines that have been plaguing our village. So not only have we made it up the time tower so that we can figure out what's going on in this world, but we found the antidote to the whole shebang that we can cure our village. It gave us, in addition, a whole bunch of sanity. Now, it hurt our stamina, but that's okay because we don't care about that. We've got plenty of stamina. And now we've got a giant stack of stats. 11 spirit, enough to get off the Kronos Tower. 9 sanity, almost enough to get out the mental tower if we want. A ton of charisma, which we don't know what that's for. 8 charisma. And how much stamina do we have now? 8, 6, 10, 9, 14, 13 stamina. So that's where we are, but that was our last action. We danced with the caveman, we risked telling him what he wanted to hear, and now we are... Then we decided we better sleep on it. We better call it a night. Let's not make any more mistakes. Let's not risk it. Let's get rest, get some sleep, and come back and talk. So, here's where we stand now. We can get off the Kronos Tower, and that's the tower we want to get off of. We have one spare, one spirit to spare. We have no action, so the only thing we can do now is either leave this tower and go to the Epilog, or choose to rest or focus. If we rest or focus, we will get more action tokens to spend. We've already focused once. We've never before done this twice in a chapter. It's possible we've rested in a chapter and we've focused in a chapter. Both times we've focused, which you can see here, there's a focus we did here. It gave us -2 stamina plus 1 spirit. That's what we did today. In this chapter, we focused, we lost 2 stamina, which we don't really care about, gained 1 spirit. That helped us. On a previous mission, we chose to rest instead of focus. That gave us 5 action cubes, by the way. We rested on chapter 1. That also gave us 4 new action cubes. What did that do for our stats? It lost us a sanity. So we rested out in the open. We lost a little bit of sanity because we got nervous. And when we focused out in the open, we lost some stamina because we forced ourselves to stay up late. So we could choose to rest or focus. We have no idea what happens if you focus twice. Is it going to be more of the same? Will we lose even more stamina and gain even more spirit? Or is it that if you push yourself to focus too much, all of a sudden you really get in trouble? And is it diminishing returns? It would seem like the safest bet might be to rest. Like, how bad can that be? We could have chosen to focus or rest earlier. We chose focus. If we rest, we'll probably lose a little sanity and get a bunch of action cubes. We don't really care if we lose too much sanity, except for maybe the ending. Now, why would we do either of those, you might ask? Well, one reason is that it would allow us to search more of these puzzles. Now, why would we want to do that if we already know we want to go up the Kronos Tower? Well, the main reason is we think that in those 9 locations might be the notes from Mora. If we can find those other 2, we'll know how to meet her, and she's like one of the key things we want to do. So there's a real strong incentive for us to try to find those notes, assuming they're in the tower. Jonathan's theory was there might be a note in one in each tower. That would mean that we could confirm that by going to just 2 locations here. One is where the monsters are in the dark, and one is this scary area. But if we went to those 2, actually there's 3 here. If we went to those 3, we would at least confirm that note theory. But another reason why we might want to get more action tokens is just to have them for the next chapter, for a better epilogue. It's just, it feels risky. It feels risky to push our luck when we finally have enough to get off the Kronos Tower. And what we don't know is you might think by looking at this, well, there's going to be enough to spare to get off anywhere, but that's not true at all. When we came into this, we were very strong on stamina, so we think it might be that it's hard to get enough stats to get off the Kronos Tower, and we just managed to pull it off. On the other hand, we have 1 spare. It seems very unlikely that we would lose 2 spirit by making some mistake. But that's where we stand. And now, with that recap, I am willing to entertain, to hear thoughts from the unruly mob about what you guys think we should do. Do we cut our losses, get off the Kronos Tower? Or so here's what I want to hear from you. First of all, your overall judgment. Should we just not take any more chances and get out off the Kronos Tower? Part B is, do you think that Mora's notes are still in the tower? Now remember, we've been to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've been to 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. We've been to 27 of 36 locations and encountered one note. 9 remaining. So what's the odds that these other 2 notes really are in those last 9 places? If I was convinced that they weren't in there, I might be inclined to leave. We haven't been able to use our camera, so we had missing something here to let us use our camera. And there could be other items in here that could help us in our epilogue. And extra actions would help us in our epilogue. And you could make the case that taking the first one off each of these stacks is the best bang for your buck. Like, the best way to get more action cubes is always to use these first 2. And I think you could also make the case that what would we rather enjoy of the game? Skirting out and skipping most of the puzzles just so we have high health? Or wouldn't we rather trade off a little health for some enjoyment? Matt says, I'm curious about the shipwreck room because the art is so cool. I completely agree with you. That shipwreck room looks pretty darn cool. You might find treasure in a shipwreck room. That might give you even more spirit. Also, we could bump up our stats if we discover more stuff. It's clear the tower is where you earn stats. That's how the game works. So do we not want to spend some more time here gaining stats? Jonathan says, I believe we found the first note in the cell with the portal in the time tower. Okay, here, Jonathan says. Not here. Not there, here. Okay. Wait, in portal in the time travel. Here. Okay, Jonathan says, sorry. Jonathan says that here is where we found the note, he thinks. Okay. So maybe the time... Maybe it's all time portal that she hangs out in. Is that... Could that skull be sitting on a note? Maybe all her notes are on the time portal. Doesn't really look like it's sitting on a note. But there could be a note on her laptop. We think the post-it notes there go with some post-it notes here. So probably those are 2 puzzles we'd have to solve. On the other hand, you might say, well, if we want to save the Earth, and that's what we're on, maybe this is where... Also, we're learning more about our world by going to these places. So of the remaining places that we would go are the... I don't know why it's showing that. The plant room. This looks very boring. I don't think we're going to go there. We could go to where the creatures are. We could go to this room that we don't know what this puzzle is about, but maybe if you had to guess, this was part A of this puzzle. So those 2 places might be a puzzle. Maybe the shipwreck and the fountain are another puzzle. The main thing we don't want to do is we want to take any... We don't want to lose any spirit. So we can't go anywhere that we think we might lose spirit. And then, of course, there's this fantastically interesting room. I don't know why it's having trouble here. And we originally thought this was some sort of star chart in 3D here. Now we think what it is this was a case where something has been stolen from it. Maybe our planet was stolen from it. Maybe if we go here, we'll learn more about our history. What's happening here? I don't know. Look also that this globe looks like it's divided into two parts. All right. So this is our meeting where the group is going to give me their thoughts on what we should do. You guys gotta get your official recommendation on the table, and then I'll see what I think. If we turn over this rest card, this is my gut tells me that we should turn over a rest card, get more actions, explore more. It's hard if you think about it. How are we going to rest and lose spirit? It could happen though. We could have a bad dream that deadens our spirit. But in order for us to get stuck in this tower, not only would we have to lose 2 spirit, but we'd have to not have a way to gain it back. Like, even if we lose 2 spirit, maybe we could find another place where we could get it. It was very hard for me to resist looking at this card in the overnight. Matt says, I vote to rest and continue to explore the tower with 1 more set of action tokens. All right, so Matt's with my gut. Anyone else? Or should we, after that whole thing, not push our luck and just get out? Jonathan says, if we rest and get actions, do you feel compelled to solve any puzzles we find? Or are you okay just looking for notes? That's a very good question. The problem is we don't know if maybe solving a puzzle will get us a note. But I think I'd be willing to, like, not necessarily fixate on going to places that are part of a puzzle. In other words, we could pick the first place that's most interesting to us or we think might have a note. And then if we get a partial puzzle, we don't necessarily have to go where that other puzzle is. If we get the cards to solve a puzzle, we'll solve it. But the question I think Jonathan was asking is, if we get a partial puzzle, are we going to insist on going to a place to finish up that puzzle? And I guess I'm more flexible about that. And I'm also willing to entertain the idea of leaving here with spare action tokens. I'm not saying I'm going to agree with that, but we could. But obviously, if we have all the cards for a puzzle, we'll solve it. It's just a question of would we go looking for puzzle cards instead of looking at the places we think the note would be. Jonathan says, have any items we've got from puzzles ever lowered our stats? The answer is yes. The answer is yes, twice. We've got 2 items. We've got the antidote, which gave us 4 sanity, took away a stamina. And then this ring, which we discovered in space, gave us 4 spirit and took away a stamina. So 2 items took away 1 stamina each. But I'll remind you, we have a spare spirit. So even if we got one that lost us 1, we'd be okay. And it seems very unlikely to me that something would take away 2 spirit. That seems very unlikely. No penalty for partial puzzles, for sure. All right. Everyone else, come on, let's get some people on the record here. You can't claim any moral high ground if you don't get on the record with your opinion of what we should do. This is where we find out who's cautious. Who's cautious and who's reckless. I'm sort of in between. That's why, I guess that's why I've got this job. Just trying to use all of our knowledge about this. We could have taken a rest action instead of a focus action. And we were so desperate for spirit. It just seems crazy to me that we could lose 2 spirit from resting. Jonathan says, maybe we should be more worried that if 2 of the puzzle pieces seem to have disappeared, 2 of the puzzle pros seem to have left the expedition. You have a very good point. Nicola and Antina, our puzzle makers, have overnight left the expedition. They packed their own packs up, took some of the dogs, and went off on their own because they think we're going to kill ourselves with this recklessness. That is very concerning. Check the food. Make sure they didn't walk off with more than their share of food. Or the top dogs. All right. Well, I've bucked the group twice on this expedition that wanted to play it safe. But I think Jonathan says, since I've stuck around, I default to the expedition leader. Okay. So just organize our space. Look at all the cards we have left. Giant stack of cards. We've got about 100 cards left that we haven't seen yet. All right. So I believe the thing to do is to not rush to leave this tower full of information for us about our world, objects. It's full of objects, information, and possible notes. So we are going to rest or focus. I believe it's too reckless to try to focus twice. That seems too dangerous to me. So we are not going to focus twice. We are going to rest. That means we must draw this card. If this card loses us to spirit, we are trapped in the towers and will be right back to square one in the same insane situation as before, where I refuse to let us leave until we find more spirit. So we better hope that this does not lose us to spirit. Are you ready? All right. It's not, this is still salvageable. We've got 5 action tokens we can now spend. My hand is shaking. Our plan was to search for Mora's notes. But now we're in a whole different world. Our only goal now is to get back 1 spirit and then get out. Wow. I never expected that. If we can't get, I'm just warning you, if we can't get that spirit back with these 5, I am going right back into that focus deck in hopes that the next focus gives us a spirit. Like, I cannot have us, we're not leaving here except through the Kronos Tower. Like, I'm just warning you, we may die in this tower. We could end up, all of us, dead in these towers, because I'm not leaving except through the time tower. So that's it. This is our only way out. Your only chance of surviving is to help me get 1 more spirit. So focus your brains, because otherwise we're dying in this tower. And I'm not kidding. We're not leaving except through this tower. So how are we going to get out this tower now? Forget about the notes. Forget about everything else. Forget about any of our stats. Nothing matters. Just got to get out the tower. This is like the expedition leader who's promised to bring home treasures. He can't come home in disgrace. Jonathan says, Post-it notes puzzle is our best chance. We've got the 2 places where we think this is relevant. There and there. But the only thing I'll say is we found the feather here gave us spirit. Feather down here gave us a lot of spirit. The ring from space gave us a lot of spirit. Would a sunken pirate ship have some treasure that would be spirit? Oh my god, I'm so freaked out now. Okay. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna find more spirit. We're gonna find more spirit. We're gonna find more spirit. Maybe this 3rd spirit item is in the mental tower. If 1 was here, 1 was here. Yeah, maybe. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, we found already 3 big items, 1 in each tower. Boots. Oh boy. Here's just one thing I've noticed. Like, there's like a little bit of a connection between a sunken pirate ship with holes in the side and this. Maybe there's some relation between these 2. All right, well, we're not leaving. We're trapped here forever. Why did I do it? Why did I do it? I was going to be famous. I was going to be famous as the expedition leader that took us, that saved us. It's hubris. That's the way mankind falls. Hubris. John says, we could try the skull puzzle, but I'm not sure that seems like it would raise our spirits. A sunken boat would raise my spirits. A sunken boat treasure would raise my spirits. It wouldn't get us sanity. It wouldn't get us stamina. Sunken boat. That's where we're going to just get our spirits raised. We got a feather that raised our spirits. We got a ring from the future that raised our spirits. Some kind of sunken treasure would raise our spirits. The only problem is we don't have any idea where to go to find its matching thing. Okay, we're going to the sunken. Let's have a vote. I've lost faith in my leadership. Let's vote. We're back to democracy. Where do you want to go? We could go to the sunken treasure. We could go to the skull. We could go to the dark room. We could go to the laptop computer. The benefit of the laptop computer is twofold. One is we know what we think matches with it for solving a puzzle. And we also might find a note from Mora, which was our secondary desire, but we don't care about that anymore. Matt votes shipwreck. Oh, I've got such a pit in my stomach. This could all be spiraling out of control. At least we've got 5. Jonathan, do you think the laptop is the way to go? Skulls? I thought for sure, Jonathan, you were going to say the laptop. Anyone else? The whole rest of the expedition has gone quiet. All right. I'm going to have to, just going off the idea of 1 spirit item per tower. You don't think we got the space ring, Jonathan, from the space tower? Did we not get this ring from the top of the tower, of the Kronos tower? Oh, that's, you want to go to the elemental tower? Is that what you're saying? These skulls down here? All right, we've got lots of ways we could survive this. Don't be so nervous. All right, we're going to go to the shipwreck first. That's what I've decided. We're going to go to the shipwreck first. We've got 5. We're okay. We're going to be fine. 217. We're going to be fine. There's a wishing well down here too, a fountain. That could give us spirit. These two are going to save us. 217. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. Please don't mess with me. You never really learned to swim really well, as it always seemed like there are more important things to do. Precisely. More important, your thoughts return to your beloved Sevilla. But you're startled by an ugly bird perched atop a wrecked ship. Cracker, cracker, shrieks the bird. It's so loud you don't even begin trying to figure out where that ship might have come from. Wait, where's our cracker? We have a cracker. It's in our stats. C11. Whoa. We found the other note. We found the second note, or the third one. So the notes are all here. Find me after leaving the tower. I'm to the left of the river. Well, this was one of the... Now I don't feel so bad for staying in here. This was one of the reasons we stayed in here, for hopes we would find the notes. Now... there's one more note to find, but there's 8 locations and 4 things. That means we got a 50% shot of finding the other note. Maybe if we're lucky, we could solve it with only 2 notes. She's between the 2 furthest totems in the indicated area, and she says, I'm to the left of the river. Even if we don't find the third note, we might get a 50% shot of that. Okay, so the cracker is in here, but you can't do anything with the cracker by itself. All right, well, let's try to think now. Where do we find the notes? One in this tower here. One in this tower, so you think there might be another note in this tower, huh? Oh, that's nerve-wracking. Absolutely nerve-wracking. But let's not get too obsessed with the note. We really got to find spirit. We can't... It's not about the notes, even though the notes are... I mean, we could go for it all. We could try to get those 3 notes and get the spirit and then get out. Oh, I feel like my nerves are frazzled though. All right, what do you think? Jonathan, you want to go to the skulls? All right, let's go to Jonathan's skulls. 235. .235 says, many empty niches marked with strange notes. Underneath, you see a few skulls lying around. It seems that the skulls should be in the niches instead. Take card 18. So it's obviously a puzzle where we have to figure out what skulls go in what cubby. Let's find out how many We only have 3 tokens left. Let's find out how many pieces are in this puzzle. So it's this one here. 2 puzzle cards. And it's a big long answer. And it looks like you're reading top to bottom. Wow, that's a big answer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Huh? I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is it? It's not even clear. Can we zoom in on that? There we go. Okay, let's take a look. The answer format. So I guess if you look at the card, one, two, one, one. I'm a little confused about what it wants from us. But maybe we shouldn't worry about it till we get the other piece of the puzzle, which we're now on the hunt for. If we're trying to solve this puzzle. But if we solve a puzzle, we could get spirit, right? Like the spirits of these skulls could give us some spirit. We can't afford to make a single mistake at this point. Is there any way these eyes in here are related to this puzzle? That's where we found the torch. I feel like that's gonna... I don't know. 1, 1, 1, 2. What is that all about? And they're angled. The time tower skull is our best shot at this. Yes, I think you're right. Let's remember that it's possible that one of these cards we could use. I mean, we have the antidote, we have a feather, a cracker, we have a cracker, we have a feather. It's kind of weird that this cracker... Oh, that's my tape. I was going to say the cracker or something. We have a lay of stones. We have a ring. Boots. A woman. Is it possible that we can use those with anything? We do have stones. We have a way of stones. I don't think they look like they go anywhere, though. Cracker, we couldn't give it to the bird because he doesn't even let us do anything. We do have a feather. You have an antidote. That stupid thing that killed our spirit. Unless the outline matches the shells at the top of the puzzle of the thing, Jonathan is saying. It's 5 by 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is 5 by 5. But it's missing rows at the top. So it's not really. And it's 6 wide. Ask Gilbert. That's a good idea. Gilbert, we really could use some help here. Please don't fail us this time like you failed us all the other times. Skulls? Probably they belong to people who entered the tower before me. That doesn't help us, Gilbert. I guess the only question we're asking here now is where we could go to find the other half of that puzzle. It's not even clear what form it wants. Angled arrows. I wonder if we had the torch, we could look in those holes. I'm just a wreck. Spirit. I don't even know if we want to solve this. All right, let's go to where the other skull is. It seems like it's as good a place as any to get spirit. And maybe it's part of this puzzle. 241. Finally, you manage to find a place that you recognize. It's my beloved Wyrmwoods, you cry out. After a moment, it dawns on you don't really love Wyrmwoods. In fact, you hate the place and love only Sevilla. You allow yourself a moment of respite, and your thoughts go back to the last night before embarking on your journey. You sit down on the edge of a table and then realize that it's in fact an altar. You get up immediately, afraid of possible consequences of the sacrilege you just committed. As you walk away, you notice some strange markings on the surface of the altar. Take card 1. This sounds like it's puzzle. All right, well, at least we were right about the guess that these are related. So we can at least solve a puzzle and have a shot at getting spirit from it. Probably not, but maybe. All right, what is it? It looks like a little bit of a rule here. Like a little bit of a game. These are all things you're not allowed to do. Let's see, you can do... How strange. There's an arrow with a 0 in it. I almost feel like this is like a game that you can win or lose. Are these like checkmate positions? This little 1 is a weird thing though. Is it you're shooting an arrow, you're shooting an arrow, you're shooting an arrow? But you lose. You can't have people next to each other, it seems. Do all the arrows have to be pointing at someone? Then what's wrong with this? It's a 0 though. Is it that you have no shots left here? They kill each other here. These are like legal positions or winning positions here. And is the arrow... Is that really a 0? Why isn't that a legal position? I was thinking maybe like the arrow, one arrow stops, so this leaves you with everyone alive. But then this one would also leave you with someone alive. Clearly doesn't like them next to each other. So they can't be touching each other. And they can't be where they could shoot and kill someone. Like this is red because this arrow would hit this person. It's red because this would hit this person. These are next to each other, so they would kill each other. But I don't get this one. Why is this 0? If that is a 0, like, doesn't seem like that would match my thinking of the rule. And I'm still not clear. Is it that we have to put these skulls in here? I think that might be it. So I think the puzzle is challenging us. Although, yeah, I think the puzzle is challenging us to put these 5 skulls, these 6 skulls in this grid. And when we do that, we'll get a 10-digit answer. So this is position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're going to say put a skull here in position 3, put a skull here in position 4, then put a skull in position 10. And when we've placed all of these, we win. So we just have to put these 6 in a good configuration according to this rule. All right, so at least now we understand. At least now we understand. This is the one that's really throwing me. Okay, clearly it seems they can't be touching each other. The skulls can't be touching each other. That seems to be the first rule. When they're touching each other, even on a diagonal, that's a no-no. That's the first thing. I notice one pattern. The numbers always get themselves into the center. Like a 1 goes to the center. That doesn't make sense here. These would go here, these would go here, these would go here. That doesn't quite make sense. Although all of these ones, if you move them in their direction, they always do go to the center. Except I don't know what this 0 would do. See what the chat says. Skulls can't be next to each other. We agree with that. I think the number is saying how many empty spaces need to follow that box in the arrow's direction. 0 is saying there must be a skull northwest of it. How many skulls are in that row? So let's see. 1 skull in this row, 1 skull in this row. 0, that's wrong. That's wrong. I think you've got it. I think Entina has come back from the wilderness to help us. Okay, so there have to be 2 skulls along this diagonal. 1 skull here, 1 skull in this diagonal line, and 1 skull in this diagonal line. And none can touch each other. Okay, so if there's 1 here, could be here, could be here, could be here. All right, let's make ourselves a little map and see if we can't do it. Where's our nice graph paper? Oh, I'm still totally shooken up by this, by our problem. By the problem that we're still in. I've almost forgotten about it, but I haven't. All right, so we don't need the rules anymore. We understand the rules. Let's see what we've got here. So it's a 5 by 5. Okay. This will be 1 there, 2 there. And then 1 here. And 1 here. Okay. Well, you can't see that. Let's see. Now, can you see it? Okay. It's not the best, but let's, I guess we can just expand. We've got 6 to put out, right? Oh, why don't let's do it this way. Let's do it this way, actually. Let's just bring this up and let me get 6 little cubes and we can put them on. Okay. All right. So if we put, let's just start. We'll put 1 there and we'll put 2 here for the 2 guy. Okay, so we've already got a violation. So let's just move this down here. So now you've got 2 along this line, 1 on this line, 1 on this line. We still need 1 on this guy's line. It could be there, for example. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Could be on there. So now this guy's satisfied, this guy's satisfied, and this guy's satisfied. Okay, but we've got 2 more to put. You can put this here, here. That doesn't make sense though, because that everyone's satisfied, but they'd be equally satisfied. Oh no, they wouldn't be equally satisfied if I put it here, because that upper left guy would be unsatisfied, but they would be satisfied here. So how can that be? We do know how many digits it is, so that does help us. And we have seen that the game sometimes allows multiple solutions, but only one is recognized by the digits. Oh yeah, they can't be next to each other. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so we could put this guy here. They can't even be next to each other diagonally. That's a good point. All right, so let's see if we can make... Let's see. Good point. Thank you for reminding me. They can't be diagonal. They can't be next to each other. Okay. So this guy's got his 2 on this diagonal. This guy's got his 1. This guy, if we move him here, has got his 1. And this is our free one. This guy's got his 1, there too, and this guy's free. So we have 3 free we would have to put on. We can certainly put 1 here. Oh, we haven't done this guy's yet. Okay, so there's... Okay, so now we got this guy's, this guy's, this guy's, this guy's. So all the arrows are satisfied. Now we have 2 to put. All right, so 1 could go there. That's a free place to put it. But now we've run out of spaces to put another one. What if we could go here and here. No. What if we move this here? There. And that there. How's that? Does that do it? Let's see. 2 here, that guy's satisfied. 1 here, that guy's satisfied. 1 here, that guy's satisfied. And 1 here, that guy's satisfied. And no one is next to each other. Does that work? That looks right to me. All right, let's calculate the number that represents. So we're told on our inset, let's see, it's the circle one. We're told that there's the numbering and it wants 10 digits. So if we go back to here, we've got 1 on the top row. The second row is a 9. The third row is an 11. The fourth row is 18 and 20. And then the fifth row is 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so those are our 10 digits. Now, having figured out the answer, we're surely going to try to put it in, right? I mean, we're afraid that this could even lose us spirit, but surely not. So, and what else are we going to do? We have to try this. 1, 9, 11, 18, 20, 21. All right, here we go. Check. Creepy. Please don't mess with our spirit. 218. All right, we solved it. But before we read 218, we're going to take a break. Everyone catch your breath. John says, I think this gives us the best chance because it's a spirit item in the mine tower. All right. Everyone, take your 8-minute break, meditate, try to get into a spiritual mood, try to relax. It's going to be okay. We're going to get out of here. We're going to have stories to tell our families. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We've solved the skull puzzle. Jonathan says, I think this gives us the best shot. We should try to finish off the mine tower, and hopefully we'll find the third note. If we need to, maybe we can use the second focus card to gain the spirit. At least we've got the full team back. Nicola and Tina, Matt, Jonathan. We got a shot at this. We have only 2 action tokens left, though. All right, let's read this. 218. You place the skulls in what you believe to be the correct positions and then go check the altar. Upon it, you find a strange orb with some item trapped inside. Discard the 2 puzzle cards. Take card 40. Trapped soul. You feel the presence of some entity within the orb and you know it's watching you back. Okay. It's all okay. Got a little bit of 50-year-old scotch here from my father's collection. Okay, deep breath. We got it. We're going to be okay. We've captured some spirit. This is the biggest spirit gain we've gotten the whole game. Jonathan led us to it. Jonathan had an instinct that the skulls would have spirit and it would be in the mental tower with 2 actions to spare. That was absolutely terrifying. Well, good teamwork. All right, let's give Gilbert. He lost a little bit of sanity. Well worth it. Well worth the price. Trapped soul. Let's have Gilbert look at this trapped soul. See what he can make of it. Everything's okay now. Everything's going to be okay. Now that we've trapped some soul. Okay. Let's see what Gilbert thinks about this trapped soul. I don't even want to know whose soul it is. That's Gilbert. Remember, we can still combine these objects. Is this woman still with us? She's one of our combined objects. Let's just not forget about these objects in case we have any opportunity to use them. Like, I'd like to give that bird the cracker. It didn't seem like there was any way to do it, though. I can't believe how much stats Gilbert has at this point. All right. but now we're at 15 spirit, which is pretty fantastic. So now surely we can relax and explore anywhere we want, even take more focus cards. Surely we can't lose 5 spirit in one shot. All right. Now maybe we can refocus on the idea of finding Mora's note. Nicholas says, it said it would not be possible to leave the tower through the tower of your choice. Instead, there's a huge number. It said you couldn't leave through more than one tower, but if we hadn't been so clever, lucky, some combination of brains and personality, we could easily have run out of more and more actions without having enough spirit. All right. So we're faced with our same choice again. We could leave with these two, which would be fine, which would be nice, but it would be really great to get Mora's last note. Are we sure that we've gotten a note in each of these two towers, Jonathan? One note we got from here, we think. And then the other note we just found at the shipwreck. So if we had to guess, we think the note's in one of these two, and we have 2 spaces, so we've got a good chance of getting that note. So shall we go to these 2 places here and give ourselves a reasonable chance of getting that note? Let's do it, yeah? Which of these 2 do you think is most likely to have the note? Keeping in mind that we already solved a plant puzzle here. So we thought these would go together, and this is at the top of the tower, although we didn't find the other notes at the top of the tower. All right, John says, yes, that's what I think I should do. And Jonathan has now saved us twice. So which room, Jonathan? The room with the creatures or the room with the plants? Jonathan says plants. I think I would tend to agree. I mean, if you wanted to guess where are you most likely to be able to spot a note, it would be here. Although we could take a look at this and see. Do you see any sign of a note? Not really, but okay, it's worth a try. All right, let's go. Here we are. I'm in a totally different mode now. 208. Everything is coming up roses. If we do lose that spirit, then the stream will end immediately, and we'll just stop, and the channel will be over. Among the plants growing on the wall, you find a door. However, you cannot reach it, as the vines, much like those in the village prison, seem to whisper to you. You are not worthy, they hiss. You must prove yourself first. As you walk away, you notice that the plants lined on the shelf are desiccated. You find it particularly weird, as everything else around you seems to flourish. Take card 38. There's a door, huh? I mean, I'm not going out any door. Take a look at it. But it doesn't sound like we got a note, but okay. So we've got oh, not a puzzle. That's interesting. We have a worm vine antidote. We could try combining it with that, but I wonder if this couldn't be related to this. Like, give them water, they're desiccated. But it's not a puzzle. just an object for us. Do we have water? We don't have any water. That says, what if we combine the spirit with the blue flame? Aren't they both blue? We were thinking that blue is the spirit, is spirit, which is why we went to some blue places. But if you let me stop you for a second. Let me stop you for a second. If you think I'm putting that blue orb with 5 spirit into the fire to see what happens, you got the wrong expedition leader. I already put something in that fire and it burned up. I'm not going to take the risk of burning this little spirit that we have. I'm not putting him in the fire. I mean, yes, it is blue. Yes, it is blue. It does go with this. We could untrap it. But I can't do it, guys. I can't. Don't ask me to. Yes, it looks like that's something we would want to do. But I just can't do it. I can't do it. I can't lose this. I can't. I won't survive it. I won't mentally survive it. Now, if we find another item with more spirit, then that's a different question. But I just can't do it. It sounds cool. Like maybe we would let that spirit free. Maybe even get more spirit. But I can't. I can't go back. I can't go through that again. It's not safe. All right. So we could just take these plants with us, give them to Sevilla. We could try putting the antidote on them. I guess the antidote wouldn't hurt, right? Nothing terrible is going to happen by trying to put the antidote on them. I don't think that's going to do anything, but it's not going to kill us to try it. So let's try it. I do think it's a very clever observation to give that, to see if we couldn't set that spirit free. I just can't do it. I mean, we could do it after, we'll come back to it. In fact, let's make a note. Like, we'll try it. We'll try it at the end of the game. So we will find out what that is. What happens if you try that, I promise you. I just can't, I can't have that happen to me. I can't have it disappear. All right. C36 and C30. I'm just going to combine these to see what happens if this antidote helps it. It doesn't seem like thematically it's the right thing. These don't seem like they're bothered by worm vines, but nope. All right, Gilbert, take your antidote back. All right, what do you guys think? I mean, I don't think we have anything to do with these, but it's an interesting object. We could go explore the water to it, or we could stick with Jonathan's theory, explore the dark room, and it's the only logic we have for where a note would be. Except, you know, laptop is a good place for a note. But I think Jonathan's right. If there's the logic that there's one note in each tower makes sense. The only thing I would love is to confirm that we did in fact find that. Let me just look at 232 and make sure and see if that was where we got that note, if I can easily check. Yeah, no. Yes. Yes, Jonathan is right. We got the note here at this portal. So one in this tower, one here. It might make sense that there's one here. All right, here we go. We could get injured here, but we got some spare stats. 207. We're not going to lose 5 spirit. in one place. That's even I don't think that's gonna happen. All right, we're going to finish up. We're finishing the tower we hate the most. Pretty bizarre. 207. Pretty crazy turn of events. Okay. The huge sculpture of a face scares you deeply, yet you keep looking at it long enough to notice that it's moving its lips soon after you hear its voice. Didn't we do this already? Only the perceptive challenger will pass all the trials. Keep your eyes sharp and remember everything you see. Take card 98. I mean, I know we... Oh, I went to this one. Sorry, we've already been to that one. Sorry, that makes sense. 226. Sorry, I went back to this one, which we had already been to. Went back to this one, which we had already been to. So we were supposed to go to this one, 226. Oh, Jonathan. Darkness. Darkness fills you. You cannot move. You don't even want to move, as you don't know what's next to you. You see nothing but a pair of demonic eyes that seem to pierce your soul. Suddenly you feel something being slipped into your hand. Gathering what strength you have left, you break the apathy and get to the stairwell. Only there do you check your hand and find a note from Mora. Was she the demonic entity lurking in the shadows? Well, Jonathan did it. Jonathan got us to the third piece of the note, C11. Wait, we already have C11. How can that be? We've never had it. Did I take the wrong... Hold on. Everyone calm down. Let's not get too excited. So that told me to take card C11. Let me check the treasure chest again. We've never had a situation... Oh, C111. Okay, so I kind of messed things up for us, but Jonathan got us this card. The one that we thought we got from the parrot. It turns out the parrot actually wanted us to get card C111, not a note. So I made a mistake. It turns out a very fortuitous mistake, because otherwise we wouldn't have realized there were more notes to find. All right, so a mistake, but Jonathan saved us. But the problem is that we have the cracker for the bird. Remember, that was the whole point. We wanted to give the bird the cracker. So where is our cracker? We'd also give him his feather back, but now we've got a cracker. All right, so that was, you know, I messed up. But where's that cracker? The bird surely wants that cracker. So the cracker is a 5 stamina cracker. But we're okay with that. All right, well, I apologize. Maybe I should be a little more careful about things. So we're going to give this bird that cracker, right? And Luckily, everything's going to be okay. But we're going to give this bird our cracker. We're going to lose our 5 stamina, but surely something good's going to come out of it. I don't know what. Maybe he'll give us... We don't need any more spirit birds, so just so you know. If you want to give us a note, that would be just fine. It's kind of cool that we're going to give him this cracker that looks remarkably like a Cheez-It, which is the best snack ever made on the planet Earth. All right, here we go. And this is a good reminder that the stats cards are still items. All right, here we go. I hope everyone can forgive me for getting that card prematurely. C111. We're going to give the bird the cracker. Let's see what he does. Paragraph 210. Okay, so bird, you get your cracker. Paragraph 210. The crackers look so tempting, yet you decide to give them to the greedy parrot. As it devours them, you're able to open a small compartment in the ship and take a silver-colored hat out. I'd rather have a note. All right. 58, and we lose the cracker. A hat, really? That's going to give us charisma. Okay, let's see what we got here. Sure enough, charisma. And some sanity. It should block harmful cosmic waves, whatever that means. All right, well... we got a tough choice now. So we've got a bunch of more stats. We now have enough stats to get out any tower we want, including the mental tower. But we've got plenty to spare on the spirit tower. However, we do not have the 3 notes from Mora. We only have 2. If we think there's a note in each tower, which was Jonathan's theory, how he got us there, then that means there's still a note found in the elemental tower. There's 3 locations. And we could rest or focus. If we rest or focus for the second time, it's definitely going to be not as good. It's going to be worse for us than the first time. But the first time gave us 5 tokens, so we could get 3. We could get 2. We could definitely be injured badly. But I don't think we're going to lose 5 spirit. Of course, that's what I said before when I took the rest. I said, I don't think we can lose, surely not lose 2 spirits, and we did. But 5 would be really extraordinary. But we've never been this deep. And I don't know if my heart can take it. But I want that note. The fact that it's not a puzzle piece makes me think, though, that we might be able to get by with only 2 notes from Mora. Let me just take a look at these. Let's see if we look at our map. She says, go to the left of the river. Let's just see if we could pick this out. Left of the river and then between the 2 furthest towers in the indicated area. Unfortunately, left of the river doesn't help much. But, so I guess left of the river would be in this area here. But we could use our cleverness to say that the one piece says go left of the river. The second one says between the farthest towers in the area. So if you imagine that this was ambiguous before you got told about to the left of the river, then you might imagine that there should be this should be ambiguous. So for example, if you didn't know it was left of the river and you were told it's in the upper half of the map, then you could say, well, okay, is it here's one place where it could be, or here's one place it could be? And then knowing that it's left of the river, that would disambiguate it. So for example, here was one place between these two totems. If you didn't know it was to the left of the river, might there be a place between these two totems? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I do that wrong, or are they just not in a line? Oh, that's not a totem. There's a totem. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're not in the same line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These two aren't in the same line. These two aren't in the same line. Left of the river. This is the one that's consistently left of the river, but in order for that to be usefully disambiguating, we'd have to have something here. These are both left of the river. That wouldn't help us. What about these two? Halfway between these two would still be left. What about between these two? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if you weren't told that she's left of the river, oh, the two farthest towers. I guess this could be one of them. But unfortunately, if it's split between these two, that would still be left of the river. Let me see what the chat is thinking. What is the question? What are we doing? Jonathan says, Jesse's trying to figure out if we can pinpoint the location with just 2 notes. That's right. John says, I want to focus to get the 3rd note. Jesse, I think you should follow Jonathan's idea. Okay, well, I am going to follow Jonathan's recommendation since he's gotten us so far. But you guys do see what logic I'm using, right? This is not strictly a puzzle. It's just cards with information. You could absolutely see how the game could be designed so that you don't need all three, or that if you don't have all three, you have a chance at it. But for these three to be useful, this one has to be giving us information. It just feels to me like we might be able to narrow this down. Two furthest totems in the indicated area. I'm exactly between the two in the indicated area. And then she says, I'm to the left of the river. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, can we figure out which say two locations she could be in? So it's to the left of the river, right? So we're saying like it has to be in this area, right? Here's the river. I'm a little confused about where this is, but if this is the river, then she has to be in this zone, this triangle here, right? That's where she is. And then she says she's exactly between two. Exactly between the two furthest totems. So there's a space exactly between these two. It kind of sounds like she means, what about these two? 6, 7, 8, 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4. So these two are equidistant, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no grid cell that's equidistant from these two. And they don't form a line with another thing. That's very strange. I guess I don't see, even if you don't say it's to the left of the river, these are the only two that seem equidistant. Or did I say these two have an equidistant? But if these two have an equidistant and it's here, is that our solution? I guess what I'm saying is, do we already know where she is? Like, are these two sets of towers, these two and these two, are they the only ones that you could be equidistant between? 6, 7. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I guess my claim is that these are the only two places that are equidistant between two totems. And then knowing that she's to the left of the river seems to force it to be this one. Are there any other two totems that you could be exactly halfway between? Not these, right? Let me just see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 20, 28 between them. That doesn't work. It, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Yeah, 14 up would be on a line, not on a cell. Nicholas says, clearly the ones the farthest two away are the one at the top and the one at the bottom left. We excluded the ones to the right of the rivers. We need to exclude the left. But if it's exactly between, how would we get a grid location? You think I'm reading too much into that exact thing? Like these two. You think that this, what I'm doing, is not not useful to us? All right, well, it would be nice to get that third node. I'm not convinced that we can't solve it without it. I guess we shouldn't be able to solve without it, but I'm not convinced we wouldn't have a 50-50 shot without it. But I'm not making that much. What does the note say about being in the middle? It says, here are the two notes. I'm exactly between the two furthest totems in the indicated area. So you would imagine that each of the notes carves us out a subset. So left of the river would be in this triangle area, like that. And then we're told between the two furthest totems in that area. So in this triangle, you've got this totem and this totem, but they're not in a straight line, so it's not clear how you would find the exact halfway point. It says between, not in the middle. I'm exactly between. I'm exactly between. Doesn't that mean, okay, not in the middle, but it means that there has to be on that line. Is that what you're saying? You're saying it means it has to be on that exact line, but not in the middle. I see what you're saying. So then you're still probably can't be on these two because, well, I suppose if you drew a line, then you could just say, okay, I guess you could say she could be on that line, and any cell that crosses that line, you're saying she could be on. I see. But we don't know where on that line. Okay, I got you. She's not exactly, it says she's exactly, but you're saying, you're making a good point. It's not exactly halfway. All right, so Jonathan says we focus. Okay, well, it was good we had that discussion. It's good you've convinced me. You saw what was wrong in my logic about halfway. All right, so here we go. We're going to, okay, I saw we lost the connection briefly. Thanks to my plugin, I could see it in big bright letters when we lost our connection, so I stopped talking. We just lost a second or two. Am I right that we're back and you can hear me now? Okay, good. We're going to take a risk again. This is exactly how we got into trouble at the start of this session 2 hours ago, but surely we're not going to lose 5 spirit. But we could take a big hit. But we want that note. All right, so we're going to decide what to take here. We think these get progressively worse, so they're both stacks are equally bad. So we're going to choose whether we're going to focus and or rest. So let me just remind you, we've got no direct experience going to the second level, but we do know what we did when we went to each of these. When we focused in this chapter before, we lost 2 stamina and gained 1 spirit. So we lost stamina by focusing, forcing our mental energies and not sleeping. We got tired, but we gained a spirit. When we rested, we gained stamina back, but we lost 2 spirit, which I didn't think was going to happen. So if we think the pattern is the same, we definitely don't want to rest and risk more spirit. Although you could argue that we could, because we got 5 to spare. So if we focus, we think we'll probably just lose stamina. So focus is it? Is everyone agreed we're going to focus and not rest? We've done each once, so it feels like it doesn't really matter. All right. This is it now. Here we go. Wow, look at that. We did lose 2 spirit. But we can absorb 2 spirit loss. And we got 4 action tokens, which is nice. Your body hurts, but you're afraid this is what have driven other challengers mad. You will not rest, at least not yet. Okay, so we did lose 2 spirit. That's scary. But we have spare. We have spare. Thanks to the thing that we've got in the orb. All right, so 10, 11, 12, 13. We've got 13 spare. We got 3 to spare now. All right. Let's find that note and get the F out of here. 4 tokens. Look at that. There's only 1 left in this whole thing. All right, here we go. We've got 4 actions. What's it going to be? We're just going to hit these 3, right? Because this is the tower we haven't seen a note on. In fact, there's only 4 places in this whole place that we haven't been. Is that right? So we could go to every place on this thing. All right, Nicholas says fountain, so fountain's where we're going. Fountain is 229. Let's get this note and get the F out. You see your reflection in the water before the surface is disturbed. You're coming closer, Gilbert. You're coming closer, Gilbert, says a deep booming voice. You cannot give up now. Can you persevere once again? Water is both a beautiful and deadly element. You get a grip on yourself after a moment just to realize that you could indeed use some water. You grab an item floating in the fountain and fill it with liquid. 176. Sounds like we've got some water for our plants. Notice it said, like, Gilbert, you're here again. That's the second time, like when we were in the space pod, we were seen with another Gilbert was with Mora. All right, we've got water. What do you think? Shall we pour it in the camera? Or do you want to put it on the plants? I guess we're gonna put it on the plants. Let's see what Gilbert thinks about that. All right, so we're gonna take our water. And we're going to put it on the plants. 228. You water the plants that seem at least somewhat alive. One of them sprouts suddenly, leaving you with a handful of beans. This is like the Jack and the Beanstalk fairy tale we're dealing with now. Remember, we had the vision of Mora climbing up the beanstalk or going up to the tower. All right, so we discard the plants in the water and we get 127. This is getting crazy. Oh boy, this is getting dangerous. Magic beans, they're jumping around asking to be eaten. They taste great, says Gilbert. We've lost 3 spirit. Lost the sanity. Gained 4 stamina. Oh, this is getting dangerous now. So just by doing something, putting things together, we've lost a spirit. How many spirit up are we? 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 9, 15, down to 13, down to 12. We're back at +2. He ate the beans. He ate them and he lost some spirit. We're up 2. Nothing has ever cost us 2, more than 2. Nothing has ever penalized us more than 2 throughout the whole board. Nothing has ever penalized us more than 2. And we've got 2 to spare. So let's push ahead, although we are really running the risk of, if we lose spirit, we'll have no chance to get it back. So what's it going to be? Continue on looking for that note to meet Mora? Room with the smashed display case. All right, we're in for a penny, in for a pound, I guess. Here we go. Jonathan got us this far. 216. If we lose one more spirit, we have to evacuate, right? We're going to have to abandon ship. Everyone agrees with that, right? If we lose one more spirit, that's it. We're out. Suddenly, you catch the same scent you always felt when seeing or hearing Mora. That was definitely her. You hope you have not reached the place where her journey had ended. Let's make sure I'm reading the right thing. 216. You dig into the soil inside the broken glass case and then let out a sigh of relief as you find only a message from Mora. It looks like she's still alive as she wants you to find her. Jonathan is on the wavelength of this woman. He knows exactly how to find her. And there we go. Look at that. Find me after leaving the tower. I'm to the right of the road. There you have it. We've got her 3 notes. Well done. Well done. Jonathan gets MVP for this session. Even though we couldn't have done it without Antina and Nicola's puzzle work. But you guys did want to leave this expedition like 7 hours ago without any notes, without any antidote, and through the worst tower. So I hope this is remembered when they write the newspaper articles about this expedition. I think we know who's going to get credit. There'll be some bickering. You guys will be having your cigars and whiskey in the club, complaining about how I took all the credit in the newspaper articles. All right, so what do you think now, guys? We've got 2 actions to spare. We found all the notes. Do we keep going to the 2 places we've never been, which we think are related via this puzzle? Surely. And Tina says, well, let's see what happens with the end of this expedition first. Surely this is the time to gather up all the chickens, count the eggs, and move on. Like, let's get on the sled with the dogs. We've done what we meant to do. We do not have to, we do not have a death wish here, right? Let's get out of here, yeah? Is everyone on board to leave? Let's have a vote. Or have you guys have you guys caught the fever of the tower and you just want to stay and explore it all? It's clear there's 2 more pieces. It looks like 1 more puzzle. It could get us an item that we could take with us, but it would solve the camera mystery, probably. All right, let's make a little note for us of the 2 places we want to check. Paragraph 237, and then on card 74, we didn't go to A1, which is 273. All right, so I'm going to make a note so we can check these when we come back. We've got 2 votes to leave. Nicola and Jonathan are voting leave. I'm voting leave as well. That's it. We're out of here. We can stop the vote. And that was some of the most stressful gaming I can remember doing on this channel in years. We've got 2 actions to spare. We're going to leave through the Kronos Tower. Any disagreement about that? Hope not. When you have enough spirit, combine Gilbert with this card to enter. It will trigger the end of Chapter 2. All your stats will influence the epilogue. I don't think we're going to hope to do much better. I mean, I suppose we could try to solve that last puzzle and bump up our stats a little, but it seems like we'd be better off just leaving. All right, here we go. Look at Gilbert. This is just insane how many stats he has now. All right, here we go, Gilbert. Last chance if there's something we want to do with this camera. Remember, we have feather. We've got... I can't think of anything to do. We'll figure it out later. Okay. Let's go to the app. We're going to tell Gilbert that we're finally ready to leave. Card 178. Paragraph 249. Okay, the Kronos Tower. Okay, we're going to take a little 8-minute break. We'll come back and we will see what happens at the end of chapter 2. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. The mutiny has been tamped down, although I see we still have some insubordination mutineers lurking. And Tina says, vote whatever Jonathan says. They're trying to get Jonathan to try to mutiny against me. All right, so we've left the tower, though. Through the Kronos Tower. Let's see what we get for our efforts. Deep breath. Here we go. As you press the button near the strange door, so remember, we're there. We're trying to get out through that airlock. As you press the button near the strange door, it finally slides open. You're prepared to see another floor full of mysterious magical contraptions and otherworldly wonders. Instead, you find an old woman sitting in a rocking chair. She's watching a small crystal ball while being surrounded by unsynchronized clocks of all kinds. This is definitely something you had not anticipated. With a smile, she offers you a cup of some hot beverage and a chair to sit. Totally confused, you don't know what to say or ask, so you just sit down and take a sip of whatever she has given you. The moment you do, everything around you slows down and a sensation of deep relaxation flows through your body. Take your time and relax. You deserve some rest after all you've been through. Do you see the bed there behind you? You may take a nap. In fact, you can sleep as long as you want to. You honestly are not sure if you can trust this old woman, but your eyelids are now too heavy for you to resist her offer. Even though she keeps talking to you, mere moments later you fall asleep. You dream of your last night with Sevilla and about what could have been if not for the cult. When you finally wake up, it feels like days have passed. You're more relaxed than ever. As you come to, you realize that the old woman is still talking. You can trust me, it will do you good, she says, as if still convincing you to give in to your weariness. Oh, there you are, back already, says the woman, suddenly changing her tune at the sight of you sitting up, now fully awake. I could see in your eyes how tired you were. You deserve the rest, and now you definitely deserve some answers. I am the chronomancer. Just don't get your hopes up, as my kind of magic is a really tricky business, and in no way related to time travel. My powers allow me to bend the flow of time to specific needs. In the right hands, chronomancy is a great power. In the wrong ones, well, other chronomancers never lived to be my age. In the final stages of the last war, there was no time to delay. I instinctively created a time bubble that caught the village we were in, affording us a moment to react. The other mages created an underground shelter for us and for other people. In the real world, the end came within seconds. For us, those seconds were months. Once the end caught up with us, I put people in stasis to give us all even more time to prepare. The woman says quietly, with a hint of growing bitterness in her voice. However, if the errors that came before the last war had taught me one thing, you always need a backup plan. That is why there is another shelter like this one, concealed under the mountains, with thousands of people still in stasis, all of them unaware of the world today. Not even the other mages know of their existence. After all that effort, I knew I would not have enough power left to wake them up. That's why the trials tested your ability to help others. It's now your burden and your decision. She continues as her voice becomes more powerful. Just remember that time does not limit you. So make sure that whatever you decide is indeed the best course of action. Time does not limit us. Is that the special power we're going into the epilogue with? Unlimited time? Take card C-139, and this is the end of chapter 2. All right, let us see what card 139 is. It's the magical power to control time, or she says we can't really control time. I guess we can just slow down time, maybe it's saying. If you have any of the following cards, discard them now. Okay, there's a lot of cards in this 180. So we lost our... Let's see, what's the best way to do this? Okay, so we lost our tower information card. We don't lose the notes from Mora. 187, we lost our chalice. And I'm afraid we lost our camera. If you have any cards with puzzle icons unfinished, you lose those too. We don't. Then we discard the unused focus cards. It should tell you that you're not allowed to look at those cards when you discard them. Clearly you are. Do not discard any gained modifiers. We recommend you proceed straight to the epilogue without taking a longer break from the game. Okay, so these get discarded. Everything here gets discarded. The only thing we get... Where's our notes? What did I do with our notes? The only thing we keep is our notes. That's it. Just our notes. And the Chronomancer tool. All right, well, that's the end of chapter 2. But, oh, so we should have written, oh yeah, we did write that down. So she said there's a village hidden away with people in stasis. Is that where Mora is? And do we now have that location? Or is Mora something completely different? Well, we'll find out in chapter 3. Okay, so here's the decision I place in your hands. Well, it says it recommends we not take a break. So I guess we should continue now, today, and play the epilogue. Is that right? Can everyone stay for the epilogue? It could take us a couple more hours. It sounds like it's going to be short, although we have the power of time now to make it last longer. All of these are going away now. If not everyone can stay now, we could put this away and play it tomorrow. Play chapter 3 tomorrow. That wouldn't be too long of a break. I mean, surely I am meant to put all these away, right? Discard all cards. Discard all towers, yes. Jonathan Warner says I can stay. There's only 4 more possible location cards. There's a lot more game cards, but there's only 4 more location cards. And the epilogue is significantly thinner than the others, but it's not nothing. Nicholas says, please go ahead. I might leave in a bit, but I won't be here tomorrow either anyway. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. We have 2 spare actions. We've got Gilbert is all bulked up with his stats. Okay, so I'm going to just click break here, but we're not going to actually take a break, just so that I have a... Actually, I can just use my mark button. But I'm actually going to take a 1-minute break. I'm just going to sit here for 1 minute. I have a break for 1 minute. Yes, I do. Just so that we have a divider between chapter 3. Okay, we're back. Storybook chapter 3. Here we go. With 2 actions to spare, not sure we'll even need actions. Looks like a big chunk of this book is just some little story here. All right, well, here's our epilogue. After meeting the mage, a strange sensation strikes your body. You quickly lose any connection with your surroundings. You experience otherworldly visions in which people extensively abuse their world and fight each other in battles so huge they seem unreal. You see more people dying at the hands of others than you could ever imagine. First thousands, then millions and billions perish in explosions of unimaginable scale. Subconsciously, you understand what you experience is the end of mankind, or it would have been, if not for the 3 mages holding ground in a small village. You wake up on the grass near the entrance to the tower. You must have left it in a trance during your visions. Knowing the secret of just this mage, you wonder what kind of power and knowledge you'd have if you chose differently. But you knew the rules. A mortal can only maintain one power, and that implies only one secret. Maybe in another life. Although you entered the tower not long ago, it seems like ages have passed. As you stand up, you experience everything around you in a new way, just as if a new sense developed in your body. Suddenly you hear a faint voice. "I'm here! Here! Hello!" As you look around, you see no one. The voice appears to be coming from a staff lying nearby. The staff somehow resembles the power you've recently obtained. It's probably connected to it, and you let yourself wonder what other staffs would look like. Nonetheless, you pick it up and now hear the voice loud and clear, as if it was coming directly from within your head. So is this what we've picked up, our Chronomancer staff? Is that how you read it? What's that thing in the middle there? Looks like a knife. That's a little scary. Is that really necessary? That looks like that orb we found too. We still have the orb, but I guess we have it as modifier. Okay, we pick it up. Now we can hear it more clearly. Well, that was quick, wasn't it? I was programmed to be your companion as you learn about magic itself. Let me get you started with some basic information. As one of 5 currently living entities augmented with magic, you possess access to enormous amounts of power. However, you must use it carefully, as it could easily rip you apart if used rashly. As part of your augmentation, your body ages much slower than normal and is capable of healing itself. So your eventual death of old age will be postponed nearly indefinitely. You must still be careful, as your ability to heal cannot prevent a sudden death caused by accident or the many dangers that lurk the world. Side effects may include headaches and migraines. There is a small risk of experiencing seizures when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or visual patterns. If you experience any symptoms during the use of magic, please stop immediately and consult your charlatan as soon as possible. Definitions of magic, power, spellcasting staffs, and any derivative works thereof are public domain and not subject to copyright claims or legal ownership disputes of any kind. The staff keeps rambling on about things you don't understand. You try to interrupt it, but it doesn't react to anything you say, so you elect to simply wait it out. A few minutes later, the staff finally ends its welcome speech. Please confirm that you fully understand the terms of my service and accept them. You nod. Excellent. Now then, how may I be of service? Tempted to just tell the staff to shut up and let you think, you decide to at least try to obtain some information. You ask about how you can use your power to influence Wyrmwoods and the people living there. I have searched my archives and found a stored message about shrines in this region, answers the staff. These are magical, special places where your power can influence the very fabric of existence and significantly impact the surrounding world. One of them is the Shrine of Mankind, while the other is the Shrine of Matter. Both serve different purposes. Displaying the full message in 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the staff jumps right out of your hand and begins to scribble something on the ground. Read P300. Shrine of Mankind, Shrine of Matter. Special places where your power can influence the fabric of existence. So it looks like those are the two places we can go to use our power. Shrine of Mankind, Shrine of Matter. Okay. Paragraph 300. As the staff finishes, it goes silent. You know it will probably start rambling again when prompted, but you prefer to focus and finally make some decisions. Prepare the new rest and focus decks using card R0 and F0. All right, so we have one of each. Place the map on the table. All right, we're going to use our replacement map for now. Take cards 51 and 80. Okay. 51 and 80. Next. The travel phase starts here. I guess we should look at, okay, so here's 51 and 80. Just two bizarre things with words scratched on them. Part of a puzzle together. All right, let's put these out on the table and read here. It says, look at a map and decide on a location you'd like to visit. Enter its coordinates as an answer to the puzzle N. You can travel freely around Wyrmwoods and go anywhere you want. By visiting one of the shrines, hints where to find them are in cards 51 and 80. Those are the ones we just put out. We'll uncover necessary parts of the story which lead to its conclusion. But you can visit other places as well to discover what awaits you there. After entering your chosen coordinates, if the app displays wrong answer as its response, then you simply did not find anything of interest at those coordinates. Remember that you can still combine any card with Gilbert's card to find out what he thinks about it. And that's it. So we enter map coordinates as an answer to puzzle N, which is what these two shrine cards are about. To go somewhere, and we could go anywhere we want. Okay, let's look at these cards. And of course we have more as cards. So we're told there's two shrines. The Shrine of Matter and the Shrine of Mankind. And these are telling us how to find these places. So the Shrine of Matter is 3 spaces from the totem, 1 space from the totem, and near the river intersection. The Shrine of Mankind is 2 spaces from the totem, 3 spaces from the crossroads, and north from the nearest tower. Okay. And then, of course, is our hard-fought information for how to find Mora. Surely we should go to her first, right? Okay, so she says exactly between the 2 furthest totems in the indicated area. She's to the right of the road and to the left of the river. To the right of the road and the left of the river. All right, let's take a look at this. To the right of the road, left of the river. Where is our road? What road? Is this the road? I see. I guess this is road here. Do you think? Like this is the road. This is part of the road. So we're told it's left of the river and right of the road. That would put it in this area here. Do we agree on that? And then between the two farthest totems, which would be between this totem and this totem, somewhere on that line. Here are the two places equidistant between these two, but maybe this guy is the one that's between this one and this one. The two farthest totems are here and here. If she's between them, is this our best guess? Which makes a little bit of sense because that's our weird banner and house. Maybe, yeah, she's not going to be at the house, but we are told that she was in between the two furthest totems. So if you draw a line between them, you do get this one, which is almost at the halfway point. So is this where we think Mora is? Makes sense to me. But is she at the house? But it says she's exactly between. So exactly between. But are we really meant to give a location of a totem? She could be anywhere on that line. The game doesn't punish you for wrong answers, so it almost feels like we could go to any of the places there. Can we look at the text of the cards again? Sure. Three spaces from the totem, one space from the totem near the river intersection. That's the shrine of Mad. These are two different places. Or two spaces from the totem, three spaces from the crossroads. I'm not sure what they're talking about. North from the nearest tower. Oh, I mean, Jonathan says, I mean the Mora notes. Oh, okay. To the right of the road, to the left of the river. Exactly between the two furthest totems. Maybe I was still right. Maybe it is exactly halfway. Do you want to see the note again? I mean, the map again? See if I can put these side by side. So if there's our road, then she's to the right of the road, and there's our river. So she's in this area here. Oops. This area here. The two furthest totems in that area would be this one and this one. So if she's between this one and this one, that would lead you to think that she's on this line here. Maybe I can draw that line. exactly between them. Let's draw that line. So there's the line. So it kind of suggests there's where she is. But I do want to point out that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from her gets us this one. And this guy is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So halfway would be like on the upper left between them. It feels like she'd be hiding in this blue house though, rather than here. But maybe it's the same. Just go there and see what happens. All right, let's go there. If she's not there, maybe we'll go to this structure. So it tells us the way we do this is we go as if we're going to solve puzzle N, which is what these are. We click on N. 3-digit needed card is going to be at least one card and map of Wyrmwoods. Unmarked cards can be useful. Unmarked cards can be useful. Don't know what the hell that's all about, but okay, I'm just trying to think if we should use any of our stats cards with that Chronos thing. Whoops, wrong answer. Okay, here we go. So we're going to say this location, which is exactly between them, which is L14. L14. Let's see if she's there. No. Hmm. Well, that's a little confusing. L14 is where that shrine was. Where the totem was. It's saying that more note cards don't have puzzles, but they're still useful, you know. And we could also do this card with something. She said to find her after we leave the tower. That seems like we should find her before we go to these shrines. But what about trying this blue structure? Shall I try that? M13? I hope nothing bad's happening. If you like, you can just try all the cells on the line connecting the totem. I assume it's not punishing us, but it's just, that would be very weird. Let's just try, I'm going to try the location that's not directly between them, but it's nearby where the blue room is. No, he doesn't like that. Wow, that's weird. That is weird. Hold on a second. What did she say? Did she say towers or totems? Furthest totems. Hmm. Do you really think it means for us to just guess at those locations? Chat says, what if we just try the two farthest totems in general with a midpoint in the designated area? So you're saying maybe it, are you saying maybe it doesn't mean farthest from each other, but the farthest from the center of the map? Is that your idea? So in other words, if we take these two towers as the furthest towers in that area, then we would find their midpoint, which is where I thought Mora was originally. One, two, three, four. Why did I think that was a halfway point? That's not really a halfway point. Saying maybe the totems don't need to be in the designated area, only their midpoint. It says totems in the designated area. I'm exactly between the two furthest totems. I see. You're saying maybe it's saying just find the two furthest totems on the entire map. So you think between the two furthest totems on the entire map, which what we think this one and this one. And you're saying if we draw a line between this one and this one, if we take the two furthest totems in the entire map, you're saying, and draw a line between them, doesn't seem right to me, but let's just take a look, assuming those are the two furthest. I'm saying if we just look at the two furthest totems on the entire map, is it these two or could it be this one? I think it's got to be these two. And then we would look for something to the right of the road and the left of the map. But then the problem with that is it could be anywhere along here. That doesn't make sense to me. I guess if she's exactly halfway, let me get my ruler out here. I'm not thrilled with this, but suppose we could look at the bigger map if it helps. Nicola has a different idea. Okay, let's see. The exact midpoint is not the totem, right? It's the cell northwest of it. It really says between the totems in that area, so they're furthest apart. So Nicholas says, I think we were right the first time, but so Nicholas saying, go back to our first idea that this is the two furthest totems in that area. And you're saying, what is the exact midpoint between them? But Nicholas saying it's this place. There is what looks like a little question mark here. But is that true? Let me just, I don't know why this is so hard, but stop. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 puts us on this. And if you follow this guy, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you're exactly right. This is the midpoint. Okay, so the idea was right, but that looks like the midpoint. That's got to be the right answer. Let us put a special sticker there. I think that's going to be her. All right. Good catch. I think you're right. I think you're going to be right. Okay, here we go. Mora, here we come. Going to the app. So that location is K15. Sorry, K13. Right? K13. Here we go. K13. Oh, we found her. We found her. All right. $3.18. Good catch. In the area hinted at by the strange notes, you find nothing of interest at first. However, after a few hours of searching, you locate some barely visible foundations of a house now long gone. As you uncover parts of the masonry, you discover a hatch that seems untouched by time. It opens easily, revealing stairs leading down. Inside, you encounter a white-haired woman who you believe to be Mora, sitting in the center of a ritual circle burned into the floor. She's studying shards of a broken mirror spread around her. How long has it been already? She asks without even looking at you. I don't know, you answer hesitantly. The townsfolk still remember. They keep wondering what happened to you. Who's speaking here? I couldn't go back to them, not with the helplessness that has overwhelmed me. If you're here, then it means you must know at least some parts to my story. She starts, her eyes still fixed on the floor. I was interested in magic since as early as I can remember. Once I managed to steal a ritual book that the cultists couldn't decipher, and then spent my adolescence trying to translate it. A few parts, some simple rituals, were easy enough to grasp. I think these rituals inspired the cult. The other parts, she says, shaking her head, those were amazing. I'm sure they were written by people who tried to conceal the existence of magic. The book provided me with some basic concepts, of the use of magic, but most importantly, explain to me what the towers really are. That's probably why I was the first to beat them. Yet, when I was gifted my power, everything went downhill. I think I have that power too, you say. I believe I can wield it to make the world a better place. Mora cracks a crooked smile as she says, "Ah, I once believed that too. Only I wanted to make sure first. You see, the last chapters of the book were written in blood. They contain stories of people trying to use those rituals. Perhaps it's wrong to call them stories," Mora corrects herself. "They're records of who performed which ritual where. I even managed to find one such place where a few of those rituals were conducted. The last of them was the ritual of the awakening. Let me tell you, it's a risky one." Mora goes silent for a moment, as if she was letting her words sink in. "And this place," she picks up after a moment, pointing to the circle on the ground, "this circle was already here when I arrived. There was so much power here that I was able to reach other planes of existence to investigate the effects of using a power such as mine. This is what I used the mirror for." "But it's shattered," you involuntarily state the obvious. "I broke it," Mora answers. "Dozens, maybe hundreds of trials, and all I learned was that whatever I did, someone would suffer. I wanted to help everybody. In the end, however, an unforeseen calamity would always befall someone. So I smashed this portal to prevent anyone else from going through what I had to suffer. I cannot make a grand decision like that. That's why I decided to wait," she says, finally fixing her eyes on you. "My only hope is that someone will be able to make the decision. Maybe not someone perfect, but someone good enough." You look into her eyes, seeing emptiness and suffering. "Are you this person?" she asks after a long moment of loaded silence. Your throat goes dry as you struggle to find the right answer. Discard cards 11, 45, and 95 if you have them. So those are the notes from Mora that it's telling us to discard. So we've used those notes. Now it wants us to take card 110. It's a grand decision. She decided to wait. Someone who can make that decision. Not perfect, but good enough. She tries to help. She wanted to help everybody, but someone always got hurt. Okay. Let's see what card. The Awakening was one of the other Escape Tales game. Yes, it was. Whoa. There's Mora with her question. She asks us, are we the person to make this decision? I don't know how I got this power, but I must use it. And we show me what you discovered. 2 heads are better than 1. We still don't know if the rules are telling us we have to make this decision now, or can we go find these other shrines? Didn't tell us to get rid of these. I really wish the rules clarified that a little bit better. And Tina says, where would you have gone? You wouldn't go here. You would just go to find these two. You wouldn't get to talk to her. Jonathan says 2 heads are better than 1. Show me what you discovered. I mean, surely if she can show us what she discovered, that would be better than a rash decision. The question I have, though, is should we not even do one of these? Should we do these first? But it seems like show me what you discovered is the right thing, right? Co-op for 2. 2 heads are better than 1. Okay. And you're ready to do this now? You don't want to go to the shrines first? It seems right. Seems like the least we could do is have her show us what she discovered. All right, here we go. 331. I mean, surely that's the right thing to do. We're not just going to say, give us the power to do something. All right, show us what you discovered. I do not know if it will help or hinder you, but I can tell you about everything I've seen and about all I wanted to achieve, says Mora. Since time is of no concern to us, you might find my tale useful. Now, where do I begin? She starts by telling you all about her life in the town, which, back when she was younger, spanned across the river to river. She recalls the time when worm vines started to penetrate the wall and invade the city. As her story continues, you realize that it's much like yours. Mora lost her parents and was supposed to be sacrificed to the wilderness. I want to stop here for a second. I just want to make sure. I just wanted to make sure that the tower we chose didn't send us to a different place depending on what we chose. Okay. She recalls the time when the worm vines started to penetrate the wall and invade the city. As her story continues, you realize it's much like yours. Mora lost her parents and was supposed to be sacrificed to the wilderness. Unlike you, she wasn't trying to fit in. Instead, she isolated herself from the others, studying a stolen book of magic. When they cast her out, she already had a plan. She challenged the towers at a time when fewer people would have attempted what she was planning to do. Upon her victory, she selected the power of time, just like us, hoping to somehow undo the damage done to the people of this world. She wielded this power to awaken the mirror in the very room you are in now, and started a new quest, one that was to lead her to more answers. You ask if you could tap into that dimension of dreams. She mentions, and at first Mora refuses, instead simply telling you what she saw. Failure after failure, attempt after attempt, she tried to do right by all, yet her deeds would twist and turn against some. Yet she would not give up. Months turned into years as she continued trying new ideas and new approaches. To no avail. Finally, she gave up and destroyed the very mirror that was her greatest hope. Recounting her whole story takes hours, maybe even days. You feel more and more lost in the twists and turns and complications arising at every step. In the end, you decide to once again ask her to grant you access to this other dimension she spoke of. I can show you how to get there, she relents after a moment. However, what you do with this knowledge will be up to you. I'm neither going to help you nor stop you. Discard card 110. That was the choice card. If your spirit is 9 or more, read 336. Otherwise, 311. Our spirit is 9 or more. So we will get to read 336. That's a good sign, right? We're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll read that. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're about to do what Mora wants, or ask her to show us stuff. Jonathan points out in the chat, though, that we have a chance. We should go to the village, see our girlfriend, maybe go to the fisherman's village. It's a good question about... And then it also... I wanted to remind us what the book said. It said the 2 shrines are where we can use our powers. And then it also said that, let's just make sure we do this right. It says, by visiting the shrines, you will uncover, by visiting one of the shrines, you uncover necessary parts of the story which lead to its conclusion, but you can visit other places as well. Remember, you can combine Gilbert's card. I wonder if that means we're only going to be able to visit one of these. I think maybe we should try to figure out where these are also. And then I just realized we could have asked Gilbert about this. I guess it's too late for us. We've already made our choice. He hasn't said anything much useful anyway. And we do have the wormwood antidote. All right, so Jonathan, if you look at our map, where would we go to visit our home? So there was the fisherman's village, but look, it's a bunch of squares. And then there was our village. It's a bunch of places. Shall we just try to pick one, like the center of this, and see if we can go here just for fun? So M32. Let's see if we can go to our home before we visit her. I'm a little bit troubled by how many different squares there are, but maybe retreat, read 332. So we could go to our home, 332. I'm just going to write it down. I'm not going to actually go there yet. Let's see if we can go to... We have to finish reading the other one first? Oops. I thought we would just get some idea of where we could go. Maybe that's cheating. You want to finish reading what she said? I thought maybe you were suggesting maybe we should explore this before we visit her. All right. Let's see what she has to show us first. She told us to go to 336 if we had high spirit. So if we have high spirit, we get to read 336. John says, I think shrines are what end the game, so let's feel safe going anywhere that is not a shrine. That's good thinking. Okay. You follow Mora's instructions, and with a little help from your staff assistant, you finally manage to open a small, swirling, pitch-black portal. On the other side, you see a demonic face looking back at you with a hungry smile. Another traveler, says the entity on the other side. Welcome, my name is Lucius. What would you like to see? Let me first tell you that we've seen it all, as this is the place where all possibilities meet. This is the realm of dreams. Since we don't have much else to do here, I'd be happy to assist you. A barrage of images assaults you, showing the life that was, the life that is, and the life that could have been, depending on countless small changes in your history. You see yourself growing up under the care of your parents. You see yourself back in town with Sevilla at your side, oblivious to anything happening beyond the town walls. You see yourself as a tailor, as a blacksmith, as a skilled hunter, and more. Some of these images bring you joy, others seem terrifying. However, all of them get your undivided attention. You quickly lose track of time. Suddenly, the portal disappears and you find that Mora is glaring at you silently as if waiting for something. If your current sanity is 1 or more... Well, we've got a nice big sanity. Our sanity is 5, 9, 8, 9, 10, 11. Our sanity is 10. We've actually got lots of good stats. Can you imagine getting here with sanity less than 1? Seems crazy. Okay, 1 or more, read 328. Okay, so we saw our future possibilities, and now we're seeing some more. Suddenly, the hatch opens. What hatch? We opened a pitch black portal. The portal disappears. More is glaring at us. Read 328. Suddenly, the hatch opens, letting in a beam of light that blinds you for a minute. What's happening? Am I doing something wrong? What hatch are we talking about? We went down in a hatch to find Mora. Yes, we did. Okay, yes, we did. Suddenly, the hatch opens, letting in a beam of bright light that blinds you in a moment. A woman comes down the stairs, her clothes torn and dirty. She looks extremely tired, and it takes you a moment to recognize her. Sevilla? You finally ask, catching a glint in her eye. My love, what have they done to you? I was sure there was still time for me to protect you from being exiled. Gilbert? She asks, as if disbelieving her own eyes. Has madness taken you? It's been 2 years since you disappeared. How? You ask, but Mora steps in. If I may, she says, time flows much slower here than outside. This is how I managed to survive for so long without going insane myself. Who is she? Sevilla asks you, her eyes narrowing. I'm Mora, the answer comes before you open your mouth. To make matters clear and simple, it should be enough to say that I share a common goal with him. What goal? Asked Sevilla, slightly agitated. I spent 3 months spying on the cult and then nearly 2 years trying to find Gilbert. I'm not leaving without answers, she says firmly, but as she speaks your name, her eyes soften. And I'm not leaving without you, she says in a tone that reminds you of everything that was ever good in your life. You see no reason to hold anything back from Sevilla, so you tell her everything. It takes some time, but when you're done, you feel part of your burden being lifted. Mora refuses to leave her asylum, but she uses her knowledge and skill to augment Sevilla's life force, allowing her to truly join you in what is to come. Mora also gives you her book. You say short goodbyes and leave, knowing now that time in this place does not work to your advantage. Take cards 17 and 153, and we're back in travel. So because of our good stats, it sounds like we managed to find Sevilla. And she's going to help us. And now we're back in the travel phase. Let's see what we've got here. There's Sevilla, who is joining us now. Oh my God, look at that stat. My beloved. And the spell book. Come on, how cool is that? How cool is that? A book full of strange notes and rituals. Pages about the ritual of awakening are the most worn out. I wonder if that is a reference to the first Escape Tales. Or it could be us. We need to awaken as well. And it's got a interesting diagram on the front. Plus 30 charisma. My God. And the magic book gives us +2 across the board. Let's have Gilbert look at these two before we move along. So Gilbert, take a look at your beloved. It's been years since you've seen her. Sevilla, you can't begin to imagine how much I missed you. Okay, and then about the magic book, he says, Loomis. Why did I say that now? Oh, that's a clue. And look what it spells backwards, Samuel. That's interesting, isn't it? That feels like that was very good that we looked at it. Samuel, huh? Who is Samuel, do you think? Did we run into someone named Samuel in the beginning of the game? I'm trying to remember. Loomis. Why did I say that? And Wuma spelled backwards is Samuel. I don't remember anyone named Samuel. I remember there's the mayor, Halyat. All right, let's keep this note nearby. I feel like that's going to be useful. All right, so I don't even know if I should... I guess I'm going to attach these, but let's remember that we've got... that we can disassemble these to use these items. And surely we're going to have to. But it is fun to line them all up. And see that Gilbert is like a powerhouse now. All right, so we've got our shrines. And we've got other locations we can go. And we've got our magic book. We've got an item trapped in the orb. Jonathan says, should we go back to town? I'm curious to see if it checks to see if Sevilla is with us. I think that's a great, very fun idea. Yeah, let's head back to our town. Surely it's not going to force us to end the game. So there's no harm in that. I do want to find out where these shrines are. But sure, let's go to our town. So we said town was at one of these locations. I put in M32, I think. So M32 told us to go to 332. If any of these tells us the game's over, I'm not going to obey it. You turn back to the town, wondering what's going on there. If your current charisma is 20 or more, read 308. Well, that answers your question, Jonathan, because the only way to get charisma 20 or more is probably to have Sevilla with us. So let's read 308. As soon as you get closer to town, Sevilla stops you. Gilbert, she says anxiously, we cannot go back there. I know you have some powers now, but you don't know how to use them yet. I give her a slight puzzled look, but she nonetheless continues. Think about it. What would we do there? Punish my father for doing what he thinks is right? What good will it do? Please, let's turn back. You don't want to argue. In fact, you agree with her completely, so you turn back. Interesting. Sounds like she might have saved us from doing something dangerous. All right. Well, going to the village is appealing because we do have that antidote. So, where was that village? We met the fisherman here, and then he took us to his village, which was here. So probably W16 would be village. Shall we try that? We don't think... We're hoping that that's not choosing an answer. Can I make a suggestion for a second? If your theory is right, Jonathan, that choosing one of these ends the game, let's make sure that one of these shrines isn't where... like at the village. Let's make sure that we don't go to one of these places by accident, yeah? Let's see if we can identify where these are and think about if we don't want to like use this with the magic book or something. But what about these? Can we figure out how to get to these places? Is this enough to figure out where to go? Let's start with this one first. 2 spaces from the totem. 3 spaces from the crossroads. North from the nearest tower. Okay, so where is the crossroads? Where are we considering the crossroads? Is it There? Is that the crossroads? That's the only roads that we know of that seem to cross. So 3 spaces from there, which should put us 2 spaces from a totem. Well, there is a totem there. If we go 3 spaces, 1, 2, 3, that's not right, but 1, 2, 3. That's 2. That's 3 from the crossroad and 2 from a totem. And it is north from the nearest tower. I think that's where one of the shrines is. So those trees are, that's the shrine of mankind. I'm putting a D for mankind at those trees. Do we agree? That's the shrine of mankind. In fact, let me just mark it. Maybe it's even better if I just mark it on here. So where, in fact, I'm going to take it off here so we can see it nicely on the map with those trees. So where those trees are is C17. C17. All right. And now what about this one? 3 spaces from a totem, 1 space from a totem, and near the river intersection. All right. Well, that looks like there's a bunch of river intersections. Here's one and here's one. If it's near the river intersection, 3 spaces from a totem and 1 space from a totem. That might be here. 1, 2, 3, and 1. This is certainly 3 and 1 and fairly near the intersection. And near this river intersection, there's no such 2 towers. So I think we're looking at right there. What do you think about that? There's only 2 river intersections. This one is not near 2 towers. This one is near 2 towers. So I think this one is Q4. What do you think about that? Both sounded good. The Chronomancer also mentioned the hidden bunker of people in stasis. Can we find that based on what she said? That's a great question. Where is that hidden bunker? Did she give us enough information to find it? It was 249. Let me just see what she says. You can trust me, she says. We're not sure. You can't control time, but you can bubble it. Backup plan. Another shelter like this one, concealed under the mountains with thousands of people. In stasis, unaware. So that looks like mountains, yeah? But no good way to know where in those mountains, right? She said it's near a tower like this one. There is another shelter like this one. Another shelter like this one. I mean, we were in the elemental tower, so she can't mean the elemental tower. It has to be some other place in the mountains. I don't think we have enough information. Oh, there's also the volcano. It's true. That's so interesting. Should we go to the volcano and see what happens? That's such an interesting idea. Shall we go to the volcano and see what happens with the understanding that if it kills us, we're not going to obey it? Or should we leave that for checking at the end of the game? That sounds like asking for death. Although we do have the time wand, we might be able to stop the volcano enough to get in there. What do you think? If we go to the volcano, it's only under the understanding that we're going to rewind it if we die. Jonathan says, let's go to the fishing village first. Okay, so fishing village is W16. And we're hoping we can give them the antidote. $324. You return to the village where you're greeted with disbelief. The untouched are skeptical of your story and keep telling you that if you really possess the fabulous powers you claim to have, you should use them while there's still some hope left. What really surprises you is that the people who were silent before are now speaking to you. They all keep telling you that they believe in you and that they want to help if you only show them what to do. You promise you will once you get to grips with the current situation. There are two people that stand out from the crowd. They keep watching you in silence until you approach them. Tell us, says the man, making no introduction, tell us which house belonged to your family. You explain it in as much detail as possible. As you finish, you see tears in their eyes. It takes you a while to understand that these are not tears of sorrow. My boy, says the woman and hugs you with all her strength. Gilbert, says the man as he wraps his arm around you. You need a moment to realize what has just happened. When you do, you allow the world to stop for a moment, as near perfect bliss is rare enough to cherish under any circumstances. If your charisma is 20 or more, which it is because Sevilla is with us, read 307. We just found our parents. Sevilla is completely baffled when you introduce her to the people she probably can't even hear. And she smiles politely and asks if she could rest for a while. That's a little unnerving. You spend the rest of the day with them, telling them about everything you've been through, listening to their stories of failed attempts in the towers and their life in the forest. The time together fills you with warmth and joy you've not experienced for a long time. However, the very next day, you have to get back to the task at hand. You leave, this time hoping that when all of this is over, you'll be able to come back here to see them way more often. Take card 130 and then go back to the game. We found our parents. You still can't believe you actually found them. Let's have Gilbert look at them. I didn't know them well, but I love them. All right, Gilbert, add it to your train of cards, which is getting insane. All right, back to our task. In the chat, Nicholas says, there is a roof of a house near the mountains, not a concealed shelter, but still worth checking. Okay, let's take a look at what Nicola is saying. That was pretty amazing. Good work, Jonathan. Jonathan has already cemented that he's got MVP for this. We need to make a website where we keep track of who got MVP for which episodes. Okay, so the roof of the house, you mean here? This one? This roof of this red house? It is near the mountains, but she said under the mountains. But this could be an entry under the mountains. Shall we visit there? All right, where is that? F24. 24. F. All right, let's go there. F24. Let's see if anyone lives there. Remember, there's a shrine. And there's a shrine. So let's not go there by accident. But we can go to F24. Okay. So we go to this puzzle. A tiny house near an old city. It would be perfect for me in Sevilla in the future, but first I need to do something with all these worm vines. We have the antidote. How do we use the antidote? Where do we go to use the antidote? Where would we go? We've also got other cards. I mean, should we be thinking about all these other cards we've got? We've got the magic book. We've got Sevilla. We've got that, the magic beans. Jumping beans. Got a tinfoil hat. We've got the trapped soul. Can we use the... Can we try using this to free the trapped soul? There's our antidote. We've also got a feather. We've got our lay of stones. We've got the ring of the future. We've got our magic boots. We've got the woman in prison. I think she's gone. We don't know whether we actually have these things. It's a little weird. But we certainly had one of them. We've got a path out of the forest. That's where we found the fishing village, though. So, any thoughts about any of that? How can we use that antidote on something? Have we asked Gilbert about the antidote? That's a good idea. I don't think we have. Let's see. Combine cards. If we ask Gilbert about Card 036. It's quite risky to drink unknown liquids. Yes, Gilbert, that's true. We don't want you to drink it. I'm going to try using this wand with this trapped soul to see what happens. To see if anything happens when you try to use it with anything. Maybe we'll get it. Did he look at it? I forget if he looked at it. All right, I'll have him look at it first. Whoops. Don't know what that's about. I need some time to think about it. Har har, Gilbert. If you look at the trapped soul, what do you see? I don't even want to know whose soul it is. Okay. How about if you free it? This might be a terrible mistake. Let me stop for a second. I don't know what this wand does. I'm not just going to free some soul. All right. Let's think what the channel. Have we already asked Gilbert about the antidote? So we asked Gilbert about the antidote, but we don't know what to do with it. There is this tree, this very weird looking tree. That seems important. Hmm. Let's try a space on the mountain range or the volcano. Have we tried to go to any totem yet? We have, right? It didn't do anything. There's also these weird stones. There's also, it looks like this corner where the worm vines are coming from. I wonder if that's the source of the worm vines, but I guess the worm vines are everywhere. You just want to pick a random place on the mountain? All right, let me just pick a random place on the mountain to at least get that out of the way. A23. No. Okay, so a random place on the mountain doesn't work. And there's no special place on the mountain that looks particularly good, right? I guess I'll take this off. We think there may be people buried under those mountains, but there's no place that looks particularly good. We could go to this totem by the mountains, but I guess there'd be no reason why I think this one's any better than this one. Actually, this is the shrine of what? If this is the shrine of mankind, I bet this is the entrance to the burial of the people, Jonathan. Don't you think? This is the shrine of mankind. That's the stasis. That's where she's buried. That's where the people are buried. That's the entrance to the mountain underground stasis is what that is. So I think that's that. John says, there look like more mountains behind the village. Well, you got a good point. Maybe they are. Yeah, you're right. Those are mountains back there. I mean, I'm willing to check one of these as well. Z14. I don't think this is it. I think they're at that forest area is what I think. But if we try to go to Z15, wrong answer. Yeah. Okay, I think the Shrine of Mankind is that one where the people are buried, but I don't know about the Shrine of Matter. All right, where else could we go? Shall we try the volcano? You know what? Our other shrine is near the volcano, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is where you go to access whatever is hiding under the volcano. I want to go to these rocks in case there's something we missed there. Okay, so 26J. I'm just going to see if that's anything. Okay, 26. No. Okay. We still don't know what to do with this wand. Presumably, maybe when we get into one of the shrines, we will. I really wish we could use that antidote before we go into a shrine, though. I'm going to see if I can't combine these two things and see what happens. 139 and 153. Maybe at least using the wand in some way will give us a hint about it. No. Okay. Well, what do you think? You could go to the center of the compass on the map. It could be an Easter egg. I mean, I don't think so, but I'm going to try it. Y33. Some Easter egg hunting here isn't going to kill us. There is a windrose and it's only on the map. Oh, Gilbert. Oh, Jonathan. So it was a little bit of an Easter egg. Any place else on the map that looks interesting? All right, let's, for the fun of it, go to the volcano. But we're reserving the right to treat it as a joke if it tries to jokingly kill us. So the volcano is L2. Wow, what a big volcano. I shouldn't come too close. I better go somewhere else. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Gave us a magic book. We have the antidote to the wormwood. Have we been to the crooked tree yet that I wanted to go to? Let's go there. It looks like R19. Wrong answer. Okay. I'm going to try going to the mined tower. I want to see what happens if we put in a tower location, R04. I don't want to go back there, says Gilbert. Jonathan says, the only other places I see in the map are a house we did not explore in the northeast. You mean this house here? X12? Sure, let's go there. A totem, a flag, and a house. It's quite comfy. It looks like nobody's living here, so maybe I should rest for a moment. What about We haven't tried going into the old abandoned village center. Let's try that. M27, 28, just for the hell of it. M28. There's nothing here. In this old part of town? Maybe I should go to the new one. Sevilia's there. No, Sevilia's with us. Well, so we're at an... Are we ready to pick a shrine? It sounds like we probably are. We've got a Ritual of Awakening. The pages from the Ritual of Awakening are the most worn out. Our people are in stasis. They might need to be awakened. We think they're under the mountains, and we know what shrine is near there. So maybe if we had to guess, it seems like we might be best equipped to handle the Shrine of Mankind and wake them up. The Shrine of Matter, we have no idea what that's about. But because the magic book is the Ritual of Awakening, and they're in stasis to be woken up, that feels like that's maybe where we want to go. What do you think about that? And Tina's like, let's go already. What do you think? All right, it's time to vote. Vote where you want to go. The Shrine of Mankind, which is near the mountains, or the Shrine of Matter, which is near the volcano. And Tina says, I vote whatever Jonathan says. What's going on with Antina and Jonathan? They've got some little cabal going on. Some little agreement. John says, vote the Shrine of Mankind. Nicholas says, vote the Shrine of Mankind. And Tina says, whatever Jonathan says. I guess Antina has learned to trust Jonathan's instincts. Sounds like we're going to the Shrine of Mankind. All right. Here we go. What is it, Sarah? You disagree? You don't think we should go to the Shrine of Mankind? All right, my cat is offering an alternative concept, but Sarah, you haven't really been joining us this whole time, so you don't really know all the details. All right, here we go. To these trees. These trees do look pretty cool, I gotta say. And perhaps we'll get a chance to use our worm vine. All right, we're going in. C17, the Shrine of Mankind. Here we go. Nothing else to combine first? Nothing else to make? No way to use this before we jump in there? No antidote to do first? Can we give our parents the antidote? Shall we just try that to make sure? I'm just very interested in using that antidote that I worked so hard for before we finish. I don't think it wants us to. Nope. Antidote with the jumping beans. No. All right. All right. Here we go. We're going in. C17. This is it. If anyone has any objection, now is the time to speak up. John says, it's nice of Sevilla to stick with us when we're wearing winged shoes, a mood ring, a tinfoil hat, and a rock necklace. Well, just think of it. It's given us lots of charisma. That's why she likes us. We're like very fashionable. We're like the modern kid from outside of the village. All right, we are now about to make our choice and go to the Shrine of Mankind. P339. Get our stuff laid out here in case it's important. And we're choosing not to go to the Shrine of Matter, probably. Okay. 339. This could be it. Having received instructions from the staff, you easily locate a place called the Shrine of Mankind. Inside, you find some statues and a closed book. Discard card 80, which is the Shrine of Mankind. Take location card L10. Take card 92. Nicola has to go. Should we... We could stop here and play tomorrow, but Nicholas said he can't join us tomorrow, so I guess we're going to keep going. Take 4 action tokens. It looks like we got more game. So 4 action tokens. 1, 2, 3, 4, which gives us a total of 6. Card 92 and 10. Place 1 action token on space B2 on the map card and read the corresponding storybook. B2 on the map. So I guess I've got to collect all this as our possessions. I'm reassembling our stats here. Remember, we have access to them if we need them. We could stop for the night. If I knew Nicola could join us tomorrow, I'll stop here. Or if others want to stop. Otherwise, we'll continue. All right, so it said we've got location 10. There's the Shrine of Mankind. It's modern people. There's a book. Here's the map that came out with it. Don't forget, we've got a spell book. There's Gilbert all decked out with Sevilla by his side. And it told us to Place one action token on B2 and read it. So it sent us there to start out, which is, I see, this is sideways. It's like that. So it started us out here looking at the book. All right. And we got our 4 actions. We put it there. All right. So before I read that, and we've got our rest and things, let's see what the chat wants to do. Jonathan Warner says I'm neutral. I think I'm inclined to go through and finish this, especially if Nicola can't join us tomorrow, because I feel like it's almost over. It's been 4.5 hours. Yeah, we've been playing 6.5 hour sessions, so we should probably keep going. All right, let's read this entry. We're going to take a break relatively soon, but let's read this entry, which is 312. It tells us to start out reading that. We have enough tokens to go to all these places. Don't forget we have our own spellbook. A tome titled Book of Mankind starts shaking as you approach. Take card 126. At this point, you can choose to stay in the shrine to explore it, or you may go back to the travel phase. In fact, you can freely switch back and forth between the travel phase and exploring the shrine as much as you like, until the moment comes when you choose how to use your power. Traveling around the Wyrmwoods will not expend any of your action tokens. My gosh. Okay, so we got 126. We've got the tome. And it's part of a puzzle. And so we can go to the app and find out how many pieces this puzzle has. It's this U. 4 puzzle cards. All right. Well, it sounds like it's encouraging us to explore both shrines. But I suppose while we're here, we should take a good look at this. I already noticed something. All right, so we've got a little kid with, looks like a 41 on it. A man with a watch. Some fancy boots. A woman with a cane, glasses, and a fashionable belt. They're each standing on little platforms. Pretty bizarre scene. But then Jonathan noticed what I noticed, which is that the symbol here sure looks like it matches our spell book. Let's find that card. Yeah, I mean, look. That is that. And we decoded this one to say Samuel. So I wonder if one of these people is Samuel. Like, do we have to choose one of them? And do we know to choose Samuel? However, and then we have to find out how to use our power. But we don't have enough to solve this puzzle yet. We could explore these. He's got something weird on his leg, too, this kid. What's happening? What's on his leg? Why does he have a red thing on his leg? That's kind of weird, don't you think? He's got red. This guy's got red shoelaces that kind of look like they're in a shape. Actually, that looks like a 5, doesn't it? And this looks like a 4. What about this woman? Does she have any red lines on her? No, but her glasses kind of look like an 8, maybe. Or something else. That's scary looking. The question is whether we should go to the other shrine now. I'm kind of feel like we should, don't you think? Or is that a trick? Like, is that an inefficient thing to do? Like, is this all... So, should we be all in on this shrine? Because we don't have much things, although we do have these to get more. And we do seem to have a magic book with this symbol. So it feels like this might be the one we're better at. But we don't know if these puzzle pieces are half found in the other shrine. Jonathan reads her having a 1 as a sleep. Oh, you're right. I see it now. I see it. Look at that. Look at that. There is a little line there that's red. All right. So it feels like this might be the shrine we're all in on. All right. I think you're right. I think you're right. It sounds like maybe the game is giving us 2 different puzzles options to solve, but that this would be the one we could solve. If we can solve this one, this is the one for us. There's also a 0 on her belt. Yeah, I wonder if everyone has multiple numbers. Like the kid has 3 numbers. This guy has a 5 down by his shoe. Does he have other numbers? Oh, yes, he does. Look at his tie is a 4. And I don't know if that's a 0 there. So I feel like maybe each person has 3 numbers, which there's a 0 on her belt. So she's got 3, an 8, a 0, and a 1. Green, red, and blue. This guy, blue, yellow, and red. And this guy has green, blue, and red. Each of them have 3 numbers. That's pretty good. All right. It looks like this is it for us. We're going to take a break. We'll come back and we'll knock this puzzle out, fix up this town, head home. See you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are in the home stretch here for Children of Wyrmwoods, an Escape Tales game. Approaching hour 5 of this 5th playthrough of this game. Alright, so we've decided to stay in the Shrine of Mankind and see if we can solve this. We've noticed coded numbers hidden on them. We know we have to use this power at some point. One piece of the puzzle, look, if you look closely at this, this is showing us how many answers, how many symbols there are, and we've noticed these have got the symbols of the book. We could even try to combine that right now to see if that does anything. But let's explore this file, I guess. It's weird because it's not clear what we have to do. Okay, we searched this and it said 4 pieces. So maybe these are the 4 pieces. Let's just begin right in by going to this kid right there. 304. It's a statue. It's not a real kid. Let's see what it says. A statue of a smiling child. A tear falls from your cheek as you recall how you envied the happy children when you were young. You shake back to reality as the echo of a joyful voice welcomes you. Take card C119. He says, I'm Gabriel. The person we are talking about is in this room. And here's a piece of the puzzle. And he seems to be pointing to that guy. And we think our spell book says Samuel. So, okay. He doesn't seem to be talking at all, so I'm not sure what he's talking about, but I guess we should move along to this guy as long as we're getting puzzle pieces for this, right? 313. Their ages might matter. Okay, let me write down what these places are in case. I suppose they're written on the thing. So that kid Gabriel didn't tell us his age, but maybe that was okay. So 313 is the guy next to him. Wait. Oh yeah. Okay. As you approach the man, he starts speaking to you without moving his lips. It's like an animatronic at Disney World. You're unsure if the voice is an illusion, but his words sound important. Take card 107. He says, call me Valerian. This person is not a woman. What nonsense are you talking about? But it is a piece of this puzzle. I mean, surely we're all in at this point, right? And we're going to go to this one. What's the format of the answer for this one? I'm going to look it up in the app, but it looks to me like it's 7 letters. So let's look it up in the app. The app is also 7 letters. Does it need the name of a person? I guess it's going to be Gabriel, right? Because is it that simple? Gabriel says the person we're talking about is in this room, and he says it's not a woman. So it could be Valerian or it could be Gabriel, but only Gabriel's name is 7 letters. That's very weird to me. I guess we should just get or Gilbert's card. That's very clever. That's very clever. That's very clever, Antina. That our name is Gilbert and we're in the room. We've yet to play a puzzle that we could solve without... We've yet to see a puzzle that says we need 4 cards, but we don't have them. But this one feels like we could solve this without getting this woman's card. I guess I should give credit where it's due. Gilbert, boy, I'll bet that's right. So why did they have numbers on them? Is she going to give us a hint about numbers? Well, what do you want to do here? I guess we should go to her and get the last piece, right? Even though we're not sure we really need it. We don't really get the puzzle, though. Like, what does it want from us? What should we do? Surely we have to go to this woman and finish off this puzzle. $3.22. We still got 2 actions left after this. Maybe she'll give a hint that it's us. Then we'll be confident about it. $3.22. All right, let's do it. I mean, we're not gonna take a shot at it without getting the last puzzle piece, surely. The statue and old lady are head turning to follow you as you walk about the shrine. You cautiously say hello, and she replies politely. Take card 83. Maybe you guys think I shouldn't have done her, that we should have just guessed. This feels like we've never done a puzzle without getting all the cards. Hi, I'm Alberta. This person is not a child. All right, this just seems to confirm our theory that basically he's got too many letters in his name. The person we're talking about is in this room. It's not a woman, and the person's not a child. So it's an adult male who's in the room. And his name is too long, so obviously it's Gilbert. So the only question is, let's see if we need to use this on us first. Otherwise, I guess we're ready to answer this. I'm just going to use this wand on myself and see if anything happens. I need some time to think about it. All right, so we're going to answer this puzzle now, unless anyone has... Wait, not N. It's the puzzle of the U. Okay, does anyone have... Is our girlfriend's name too long? But it did say a man, yeah. So the only alternative is the spell book when we looked at, but it said Samuel, Samuel. That's a 6-letter word. Otherwise, I'd be inclined to type Samuel, but that's a 6-letter word. So are we ready to type Gilbert? It seems like Gilbert is clearly the answer here. Any objection? Did we try? The only thing I'm hesitating is the fact that we haven't used our special weapon. So I'm just really desperate not to make that mistake. If you try to use that on the spell book, it doesn't work. Okay. All right, I'm going to type Gilbert in here. Do you want to see if you can combine the spell book? What puzzle card? I tried that. I mean, can you think of anything else we would do with this? I mean, it does look a little bit like the orb where the spirit is. But just a little bit. Where is that crazy spirit orb? Trapped soul. I really don't think that's it, but I'm gonna do it one last time. We'll use our power with the trapped soul. No. Okay. All right, I'm gonna answer Gilbert. Here we go. Gilbert. 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 Narcissistic. Read 317. You speak your name into the book and it opens, but only to show you yet another locking mechanism. Discard 83, 107, 119, and 126. Those are all the people at this location. 83, 119, 107. That's weird that we didn't use any of the numbers on them, don't you think? Very weird. Very, very weird. 119, 83. What's 83? What card was 83? Oh, her. And the book. Done with that. Okay. Take card 81. That was weird that we didn't use their numbers. Very weird. We only have 2 actions left. Oh, I see. There we go. We do use their numbers. Here we go. But only one from each. Let's see how many pieces this wants. We still have the location with the numbers, and Tina says. Good point. Okay, good point, good point. We still have their numbers, and in fact, now we want one from each of them. But we don't know which one we need from each of them. Let's see if we need more pieces for this puzzle. So it's the triangle tree. Needed cards. One puzzle card. So that's sufficient. Is it time to use our power on this book? Is that what's going to solve it for us? It doesn't seem like it would. Well, let's look at this again. Let's remind ourselves what options there are. So we have a green 4, and she's got green glasses, which could be an 8. For red, we've got a whole bunch of options. A 4, a 5, if that's a 5, and her red 1. And blue, she's got 0, he's got a 4. So it seems like we've got multiple options for all of them. We do have this symbol that doesn't help us. Jonathan says maybe add up all the colors. That's an interesting idea. I don't think that's going to work, though. I'll tell you why. Because it's a 9-symbol answer. And if she's got an 8 green plus a 4 green, that gives you 12. That's a double digit. That won't work. And same thing with the red. If he's got a 4 red and a 5 red, if that is indeed a 5, it's a little hard to tell. And she's got a 1, that would give us a 10, a double digit. I'm going to try to use the power. Now, let's not forget that the symbol that this book is sitting on is this symbol. I wonder if this tells us something. But Antina says, yes, add up all the things, but I don't think that works. Because don't we get double? How about only the one color of each one depending on their position? So you think green first, so her green, his blue, and his red. That's an interesting possibility. Yes. I'm going to try to use this with this puzzle just in case, because I don't know why we haven't used our puzzle yet. So I'm using the special wand against the puzzle card of the book. Doesn't work. I suppose we don't get this wrong. We don't pay a penalty if we get this wrong. So if it's as simple as doing it in that order, then her green, we're saying, is an 8, right? Is an 8? It's a sideways 8. That's what we think, yeah. And then his blue, which is a 4. And then his red, which is the one that's hard to read. But that's a 5. So 8, 4, 5. We can certainly try it, right? No harm in it. I think it makes sense. Makes sense to me. Here we go. 8, 4, 5. Yep, that was it. We still haven't used this card yet. We haven't used our power yet. Okay. 305. Can you imagine if this game ends without us using that power? How crazy that would be? The second lock gives up and the book finally opens. It is mostly blank, but one page tells you to reveal the power you want to use. Discard 81, take 166. So we're discarding this. $166. Okay, here we go. Let's move these people over here. This could be it. There's our spellbook symbol. Chat says, do we want to try to use the Book of Awakening instead of the wand? Not a terrible idea. Yeah, I'm thinking both of them, but let's see. Boy, it's definitely that book. All right, let's see what it says here. Activate the book with your magic staff to see what you can do. So it clearly wants us to use the wand on that book. The only thing that's giving us pause is our magic book, which is clearly related. So do you want to try something else before we use this and this? You want to try this and this? We already tried these two. Let's just see what happens if you combine 153 with 166 and see if something happens. 53, 166. No. Okay. I'm gonna activate these. I'm gonna use our power on that unless anyone has any objection. Should we have Gilbert look at it first? Like, we really got to be careful. Let's have Gilbert look at this book first. 034. Gilbert's gonna look at 166. It's time to do what I want. It's my decision and I will accept its consequences. I hope they won't be too severe, though. That's kind of ominous. All right. If there are no objections, we are about to do this thing. I'm going to give the chat channel to object. We need to have an official vote. Not really. You got to come up with an alternative if you don't want us to do this. No objections. The only thing we could do is go to the other shrine, but this has not even told us what it does, so we'd have no basis for choosing a different shrine. Okay, here we go. So we're going to take our magic wand, 139 of time, and we're going to use it on the book. 329. Here we go. All right, Gilbert. You've used your magic. 329. Is it the end of the game? Let's find out. You reach out with your staff and touch the book. Its pages come to life, becoming whiter and filling with notes. The staff starts explaining the power you've just unlocked. The shrine will allow you to achieve anything you want and influence the time and space around all the people in this world. As the price to pay, this will drain you of most of your arcane potential. You will still be able to use lesser magic, and your augmentations will remain intact. By using this power, you will significantly impact the world. After providing you with instructions, the staff goes silent, awaiting your answer. Discard card 166, take card 19 and 183. It's not over yet. 19. 183. And it says discard 166, which was the book. Okay. So we still have our wand, we still have Gilbert, but now we have this question and this question. Is that right? Let me just make sure. 29. Take card 9. Oh, wait. Yeah, 19 and 183. Okay. How will you use your power? Do we want to extract ancient technology from the tower to teach people how to use it? Using your magic staff on this page will end your adventure. Or speed up time for people to give them a fighting chance against nature. Using your magic staff on this page will end your adventure. So these are our two choices. Unless we want to go to the tower, to the Shrine of Matter. Don't seem that fun. Jonathan says, I don't really get option B. Speed up time for people to give them a fighting chance against nature. Yeah, I don't really understand that either. What happened to waking up the people from stasis? Remember, we're allowed to leave and go to the other shrine if we want to check it out. But if I had to pick either of these, I would definitely pick this one. Let's get at all that technology. Sounds a little risky, but that's definitely what I would do. And then they'd go to war, I guess. But I don't see how this one's boring. So, do we do this one and end the game? Or do we do this one and end the game? Or do we head over to the other tower for fun? We're in it so far. Should we go to the other shrine and solve that puzzle and choose from 4 things? This is where the real world stamina test comes in. That's the thing you don't see here. The choice you don't see here is you've been playing for 5 days. You're on your 5th day, your 5th hour of your 5th day. Do you want to end the game now or go to the next shrine and see what powers there are there? I wish the game was a little clearer about when you have these choices, whether you can keep playing, but it doesn't say we can't play. So let's have a vote. I will abide by the vote. I'll tell you that. I'll abide by the vote, but my vote is to go to the other shrine. We've got 2 actions. It won't be enough, but we could rest or focus to get some more. What's it going to be? We could even just look in the other shrine and see if it's worth pursuing. Have we tried combining the wand with the Book of Awakening? Yeah, we did. We did. Nothing happened. And Tina says, when do you think you'll see a different choices? Today? When do you think you'll see the different choices? In other words, when will we look into the cards we haven't seen? I think we'll need a separate day for that. We're going to have a separate session for that. So we won't do that today. Even if we stop right now, we'll have a separate session for that. I shouldn't do this vote. I'm canceling the vote. 2 people today, not today, in the last couple of days, 2 people have admitted that they use my channel. Vote, choose a time option. Don't know what that means. Vote, choose a time option. I don't know what that means. 2 people agreed yesterday that they sometimes watch the channel to help them fall asleep. So with that in mind, anything that's longer is better. And Tina's voting with Jonathan as normal. Jonathan has voted something I don't understand. Vote, choose a time. Don't know what that means. Do you mean vote speed up time? But I think we should go to the other place. So let's at least see what that other shrine is like. Why not? Maybe it's got some better choices. John says, I was voting to pick a time option. It seems like you really want to go to the other shrine. I still don't know what you mean, Jonathan, when you say pick a time option. But yeah, I do want to go to the other shrine. So let's do it. Let's go to the other shrine. You can all feel free to leave. The other shrine was at Q04. No, it wasn't. Were we wrong about that? What happened? Or were we wrong about that location? The Shrine of Matter? Didn't we guess that that was at Q04, but not according to this, it's not. Three spaces from a totem. 1, 2, 3. 1 space from a totem. Near the river intersection. Oh, 1, 2, 3. I guess this is even better. I see. So N5 is actually better. It matters. Read 316. I'm just going to put these over here. All right, Entine is in for another puzzle. You have no problem finding the Shrine of Matter with some help from the staff. As you get in, you find an item which was surely of use to the mages. Discard 51, take location card 9, card 171. Oh, and we get more actions. That's even better. I forgot about that. I thought we were going to have to do it with the ones we had. Okay, 171. 4 action tokens. And one is going to go on the specific location just from before. Discard 51. Okay. What was 51 was the shrine. Yes. Okay. All right. So let's see what we've got. Very similar. Very similar. But it was nice enough to give us enough actions that we can explore these. Okay, and it said start out with one right on the book. Elementi mentisri temeneris. Elementi mentisri temeneris. Okay, and it wants us to start out by reading 340. A book marked with the round symbol and with a keyhole. As you come closer, it starts jumping around the altar. Clearly, this book wants to be picked up. Take card C29, and then just like before, it's telling us we can jump around, we can travel through the Wyrmwoods if we want, etc. Okay, 29. There's our book in this tower. It doesn't look like our magic book anymore. But I guess this looks like us. But this almost looks like this would be the thing you would go if you had the elementals tower. So I wonder if we shouldn't avoid this one. But, no puzzle. How did we activate this? How did we activate our other book? Didn't we get a puzzle from the book? Our other one had a puzzle on the book. This one doesn't. Kind of weird, don't you think? Maybe the other one was a puzzle card. Other book was puzzle card. Why is this one not a puzzle card? That's weird. Is there a key on the ground here somewhere we can see? What's this yellow thing? Let's look at the time display. We're the time wizard. Is that the time displayed? Temenris? I think that means time. Just looking for a key somewhere. Could have Gilbert look at this, but let's go to these places first. Okay. 334. This resembles a sundial, but it's shaped a bit differently. It's probably used in different regions of the world. Some parts are scratched off. Take card 56. Okay, so we now have the start of a puzzle. It's a time sundial looking piece with some missing scratched off numbers. Okay. it's a Z. If we look at that puzzle, you need 3 puzzle cards. So let's just go get our 3 puzzle cards. There's no reason we wouldn't. So let's go there. That's 338. The head of a person looks really interesting to you. As you look inside, you find some inscriptions. Take card 149. Okay. We're going pretty quick on this since we're on our bonus time here. Okay. So we've got this. All right. And then going to, let's see, let's do it this way. Going to the next place. We've got plenty of time. Elementi with that dot on the wall. 302. A hemisphere with an orb of fire hovering around it. It must be somehow connected to the other items. Take card 121. So there we have it. We've got the 3 pieces of the puzzle down there. We don't need Gilbert here. All right. In fact, we don't need any of this, but these for the moment. So sun's coming from this direction. This is a 2-digit answer. They're all dials with the same places, so would we, any overlapping numbers? No. So you might guess it's a 2-digit answer. You might guess we're just trying to figure out one number, maybe this number, which is here. And then maybe these are somehow going to be mapped to these. So maybe like the 13 maps to the 39. 3 times 13. 3 times 13 is 39. 3 times 6 is 18. But 3 times 29 is 60, 87. So let's see. Is that what's happening here? If 18, and they're not in the right places though. But if the 13 maps to the 39 by multiplying by 3, the problem is it's not next to the 18. Could it be... So my thinking was if you could figure out the function that tells you how to go from this to this, then we could fill in these numbers, and then we could look at this number. And that doesn't quite work. $21.21 across from each self. Let's see, 45. Do they add up? No, they don't add up hemisphere wise. Let's see what the chat is saying. 3 is the difference between 24 and 21. 24 and 3 is 21. 18 and 39. Difference is 21. 21 and 39 is an 18. I see. Okay. All right. So the difference between them is the next one. Difference between this and this is 18. This and this is 21. This and this is 20. This and this is our 18. Okay, I think you've got the basic idea. So, but the difference between 29 and 13, this plus this gives us this, this plus this gives us this. If these are in the same function, then this plus this would be this one. This plus this is this, this plus this is this. That would make this 42. If this is right, I'm not sure this is right, but I think Jonathan's thinking is right. So that would put a 42 over here. Where's our thing? Let's do it differently. So this plus this is this, that would make this a 42. Assuming that this is relationship is right, then this plus this, we have no relation. But this plus this is this. That's a problem for us. All right, so that doesn't work. That doesn't quite work. They're not in the same order. Look what else I see. There's a number in there, the 42. Yes, someone else saw it too. 42, okay. So there's a 42 set. There's a 42 set, 39, 42. There's a 42. There's a 42. There's a 42. That's okay. So the diagonals are adding up to 42. All the lines are adding up to 42. 42, 42, 42. So that would break this to be a 29. 29 plus 13 is 42. Is that all we need to know? But what about this? These don't add up to 42. So that's not right. But does this have its own sum? So 35, should we be looking for a 35? Does that make this 22? Is that the system that when you add these up, they're going to add to one number? So this tells you it's 35, so this should be 35? Because these clearly lines aren't adding up to 42. And then the question is this telling us that this is the number we want to answer? Or is it more complicated? We can certainly try putting in 22 and see if that's the right answer. That would be the easiest way to do it. Anyone else have any alternative ideas? Shall we just try it? Try the 22 and see if it's right, and then worry about More complicated if it's not. Let's try 22, says Jonathan. Try it, says Antina. All right, so we're going to try 22, which is based on the idea that we want this number and based on the idea that it's just diagonals adding up. So 22. Yep, that was the right answer. Okay. Okay, 309. It's a multi-step thing, just like the other one. As you speak what you believe to be the correct inscription, a small compartment opens, revealing a key inside. Discard 56, 121, 149, and take 25. Okay, so those go away. $56, 121, and 149. Yes, okay. Take card 25. Okay, there's the key. So I guess we combine these two. No reason we wouldn't do that, surely. 025 and 029. 330. You slide the key into the book's keyhole. It fits perfectly. As you turn the key, the book partly opens, only to show you another lock. Discard 25 and 29, take 170. Okay. Book opened up. A common element of all powers still work wonders. This looks like it might be another one of these. This is the only puzzle, the only piece we need. Let's see. One puzzle card and our location. One puzzle card and location, whatever that means. One puzzle card and location. Get rid of these. We don't need these anymore. So it could be saying this location should tell us all we need to know with this. A common element of all powers will work wonders. And it wants 3 symbols. Are we looking for letters then in all of these? Like an E is in all of them. N is in all of them. T. Common power of 10. 10. Is that what it's going to be? Common element of all powers will work wonders. We've got E's in all of them. T's in all of them. N is in all of them. T-E-N. But you know what? I is in all of them too. Tin? Tin. Or men. Tin is a common element, though. Tin, men, tin. But tin is a common element. Let me see what the chat is thinking. Men, common element of... What are these 3 things? One is time, one is the brain. I don't know if you have brain in mental power. Time. What is... But men is spelled in all of them. Men, men, men. I like it. And it fits the theme of the game. All right. Good work. I think you're right. It is spelled in all of them. So brave. Read 325. Well done. Okay, 325. As you speak the keyword, the book finally opens. Most of its pages are blank. Only one is filled with a note stating that the book will reveal its secrets upon being shown true power. Discard card 170. Take card 23. I see the channel is trying to get my attention. I will look at it in 1 second. Activate the book with your power. Okay, so we're ready to do the same thing again. All right, let's see. The chat is saying, before we make a final decision, can we try making an equilateral triangle using the 2 towers we have on the map to see if it points to a mountain space where the hidden arc might be? That's a very intriguing idea because we haven't found the arc. All right, let's see. So before we do that, well done, Antina. Before we do that, Jonathan was saying that, if I understand it, we've got our 2 towers. We've got a tower here and a tower here. So if I draw a line between them, there's the line between them. I'm not sure how we would use that. There are only 2 towers that we know about. So what more could we do? Doesn't look like there's a unique mountain space that goes through. So I suppose you could say it goes through, you know, these here. We have no idea where the time tower is the only problem. There is another tower. It is the time tower, but we were never told where it was. Let's use our power on this and at least see our choices. Okay, so we're going to use the wand on that and see what happens. Oh, 23 and 139. 327. You reach out with your staff and touch the book. Pages come to life, becoming lighter and filling with notes. The staff starts explaining the power you've just unlocked. The shrine will allow you to achieve anything you want and influence the time and space surrounding the people in the bunker. As the price to pay, this will drain you of most of your arcane potential. They're talking about the bunker, so we found the bunker, I guess. You'll still be able to use lesser magic, and your augmentations will remain intact, but you will impact the world in a significant manner just this once. After providing you with instructions, the staff goes silent, awaiting your answer. 118 and 186. Sorry, 118. There's 118. 186. Okay, here are the choices at the Shrine of Matter. Hibernate yourself with the others, or wake up humans from the backup bunker. All right, let's put our 4 choices out now, because now we've unlocked the all 4, which I'm very happy we did. I know we're all running low on energy, but it was important to Gilbert that we have all of our choices in front of us. Let me just make sure he's still got his magic book. Yes. Okay, Gilbert. There are our 4 choices, and we found our bunker. So, very satisfying. Okay, let's get our cubes out here. In fact, we can use... All right, so can we all agree that we're not going to hibernate? Surely we don't want to do that. And surely we don't want to... Well, I was going to say, sure, we don't want to speed up time, but that is our power. But we've been given... I guess all of these are related to our chrono power somehow, because that's what triggered us getting them, using our specific wand. So our specific wand has these special powers. Probably there's no right or wrong answer here. Jonathan says, part of me likes how silly just putting ourselves to sleep is. Okay, I won't rule this out then. All right, so thoughts? Let's hear thoughts from the channel. We do have the Spell Book of Awakening, which has the word Samuel in it. The fact that we haven't found any use for that makes me kind of like this one. And we have the Wormwood Antidote. So, and this is what the woman that we met sort of wanted to do. Although I like this one, although we saw mankind destroy itself over and over again. So this seems like dangerous. And this seems crazy, like nonsensical. And this seems like, how does that help us? So I guess my vote is here. Wake up the humans using the antidote, etc. Jonathan is leaning towards this one. All right, and Tina, what do you think? And Tina says, I thought 60 ending was a hyperbole, but it seems like there might be 60 endings. Well, it seems like there's definitely 12. Like, these are the 4 chrono wands, and then there are 3 other towers. That's 12. We've got 2 votes for waking up the humans, as I understand it, unless Jonathan changes his mind. And Tina, what do you think? Anyone else? So if you're in the background of this channel and you've been joining us this whole time, according to YouTube, there's 6 concurrent viewers. You could speak up. This could be your chance to vote. You might also consider giving this video a thumbs up and a like if you're watching it live or watching it afterwards. It would be nice. It would be appreciated. Back to our vote. All right, here's what we're going to do. It's time for our next break. We're going to take an 8-minute break here. We're going to come back and you guys are going to have figured out your final vote. And Tina is still hemming and hawing. I'll see you in 8 minutes for the finale. Okay, the sun is rising in Champagne and in the woods of Wyrmwoods, and we're ready to make our final decision and read how this story turns out. It sounds like Jonathan and I are both ready to wake up these people. It feels like the right decision. It's what the woman at the top of the Chronomancer Tower wanted us to do. It's what we found the magic book to do. And it feels like the right thing to do for humanity. We're not going to hibernate ourselves. We're not going to speed up time to give a fighting chance against nature. That sounds insane, like a choice you'd make if you've lost your mind. And as tempting it is to give humans the power of technology, that's what got us into this whole set of wars and destruction. But we do have a spell book of awakening. We have found the antidote, so this feels like the right answer. So that's what we're going to do. We're throwing these away. We're going to use our magic staff. And when we do, it's going to end the adventure. So here we go. Couple puzzles we never saw. We're going to combine our magic staff. Oh, before we do, see what Gilbert says about our choice. He's got nothing to say about it. That's for once we caught Gilbert speechless. Is that right? Did I type it in right? I just want to make sure I'm right when I say we caught him speechless. Yeah, that's pretty strange. Gilbert's got nothing to say about it. All right, here we go. The Chronomancer wand. And we're going to wake him up. Did I type it wrong? 034? Let me just try it one more time because I don't want to be mistaken about Gilbert not having anything to say. Yeah, he doesn't want to do it. All right. Here we go. Are you ready? Is everyone ready? Our 5th day in a row. 4 days of 6 hours, 1 day of 3 hours. So we're approaching hour 30 on this. All right, no one's stopping me. Epilog. Wow, it's a different screen on here. You believe humanity is helpless right now, and hope that those who have not yet suffered the horrors of this world will do better. Therefore, you channel your powers at the hidden bunker to wake up all humans sleeping there from hibernation and open an easy way for them to reach the surface. You leave the shrine to go to the place where people should leave the caves. You welcome them as they wander aimlessly out of the caves. It quickly turns out they remember completely nothing of their life before and have no idea where they are and why. If your charisma is 20 or more, which it is, it's almost 30 from Sevilla. So we're going to click this 20 or more button here. You start explaining basic facts about the surroundings, but it's only when Sevilla takes initiative that they start paying attention. She's so much better with words than you that you could just sit and listen to the tone of her voice for the rest of your days. As you listen, you finally fall asleep, only to be suddenly woken up. You open your eyes and see that everyone's staring at you. As I was saying, Sevilla clears her throat, this is Gilbert. He's awakened you for really good reasons. You have no idea what she's talking about. You are listening to her voice, but not her words. You struggle to actually make a sentence. Yet after a moment, you finally stammer something about humanity facing the curses of this land and desperately needing a new hope. If your current sanity... I don't know. Let's take a look. This is going to be close. This one's going to be close. 6 minus 1 is 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 12, 11, 12, 13. We made it. Okay. All right, that's a nice surprise. It's 11 or more. At first, you want the people to just join together and share their skills, but then you realize how different even those small societies are. Trying to mix them with people of unknown origin could be the start of a new conflict. You suggest they should create a settlement right where they are, learn about this world, and ultimately meet other people on terms that will suit everyone. Sevilla agrees with you and takes on the role of the leader. She was taught being noble from her birth, and it definitely pays off right now. As you teach people about the surrounding world, they turn more and more to the mountains. They start herding sheep and goats and keep their villages far from the woods. They live in prosperity for generations, learning more and more about the world. Their expeditions into the mountains reach further and further every year until a larger group wanders into the desert beyond the mountains and get back unharmed. You watch their health closely, but there's nothing wrong with them, so they keep venturing out further and further until, years later, one of them reports discovering hospitable areas full of plants and animals. Everyone agrees it should be a better place to live than the shadow of a cursed wood, so they start making preparations to leave forever. You inform the villagers about these findings, but those touched by worm vines do not want to leave the forest. You also want to take Mora with you, but she still keeps staring at the mirror frame with empty eyes. So you finally leave Wyrmwoods to claim those new lands. As your people create a new settlement, you begin exploring the world with Sevilla. You find countless species of animals and magical creatures free from the interactions with humanity. You completely lose track of time, and as you finally get back to what was just a village, you find a few large cities populated with people you do not recognize. You see carriages with no horses, as well as buildings and technologies you know didn't exist when you departed. You fear that this is what began the cataclysm ages ago, but it's not up to you anymore. You live a happy life with Sevilla, wandering the majestic lands of magic and nature, leaving humanity to fend for itself. So, weird things are happening with time. We left and we came back. We came back and discovered cars and skyscrapers, etc. I'm not sure how to make sense of that. All right, I'm going to click on the end here. This is the end of this epic story. Thank you for playing Escape Tales Children of Wyrmwoods. This game has many more endings. You can read them all to see how your actions could impact the world. From now on, you will have a special menu in this app with access to all of the endings. If you reset your app, you can always activate the secret menu by combining cards C998 and C999. Do we want to peek at the put ourselves to sleep ending. No, we don't. And the reason is that we're going to have a separate session where we spend some time looking at all the cards we didn't read. But we should stop here. I'm going to click through ending here. And we do have a new menu for game endings. We could take a peek at it, but we're not going to because we've played for 6 hours. We want to look at things, alternate endings, and cards we didn't see. We'll save that for a separate session. Normally, we would spend some time talking about the game. I wonder if we shouldn't save that for our next session. Could we do it on Wednesday and not tomorrow? Absolutely. We'll do it on Wednesday then at 11 p.m. We could talk about it a little bit now, or we could wrap it up. I mean, look, I thought it was an amazing experience. Epic, long marathon, which I love, but especially compared to Escape Tales The Awakenings, which was just a thin veneer of choices over some good puzzles. This felt like some very solid puzzles, maybe not the best we've ever seen, maybe a little uneven, but lots of good things to say about the puzzles. But as a totality of experience, of having these agonizing choices, of being scared to do the wrong thing, about worrying about efficiency of actions, and really, I thought, really almost a masterpiece of figuring out how to put gamey stress into a narrative puzzle game. I'm not sure if everyone agrees with me, and I'm not sure how much we got lucky in terms of being able to have good choices and answers, but we had some real nail-biter moments there in Chapter 2, which felt very different from the rest of the game. In fact, Chapter 3 felt very different than Chapter 2. Chapter 2 felt very different from Chapter 1. This feels like a really extraordinarily unique, good, successful game. Like, I feel like this is maybe one of these hidden gems that people don't know about. If you want a big, long experience, I think there's a lot to learn in here. I'm not sure. Maybe other people playing here didn't enjoy it as much as I did. John says, I felt it was fun stress. I guess when we look at the other cards, it will be clearer how bad we could have messed up. So if you remember, when Greg and I played Escape Tales The Awakening many, many years ago, we enjoyed it. It had a dark story with some different endings. But when we peeked behind the curtain at the alternate endings, it felt like, Well, Greg was quite disappointed. And I thought, oh, it's still good, but, not exciting. This was I can tell you, even without looking at the alternate endings, this was on a totally different level than The Awakening in terms of choices and how they could affect things. And look at how many cards we didn't see. I want you to see this. There have to be maybe 80 cards here. They're all real cards with endings, items, puzzles, locations. There's a lot of puzzles we didn't do. To me, that's insane that we spent 30 hours with this game. Felt like we had an epic, epic experience. And there's a huge number of cards and puzzles and items we haven't seen. That, to me, blows my mind. And imagine you could get this game for $25 on sale. Maybe the most you'll pay for it now is $35. Think about that for a second. This is really a good game. I mean, really well done. The fact that the puzzles, we basically didn't get a single wrong puzzle other than me typing something in wrong. Of however many puzzles we did, couple dozen. And then there's this whole map that we spent tons of time navigating. There were spatial puzzles involving the map. And then there was just the fun of being in this world and the slow burn of the story and the mystery and the enjoyment of building up our stats. This is a genius thing, this stats thing, because it really makes, like, there's more to say about this, but the idea that you want to use your actions efficiently and you pay a price for extending your time by resting or focusing, but then as we played, we grew stats. Let's see, we've got a sanity of, we had a sanity of like 12, we had charisma up to 30, almost 40. Our spirit was in the 13 or so, and our stamina, 3, 4, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So all of our stats were above 10. It was a huge team effort. We had Entina and Nicola solving puzzles right and left. I was leading us single-mindedly towards that Kronos tower. If not for me, you guys would have been out of that tower without having discovered any. You wouldn't know Mora's locations, nothing. But then Jonathan was the one that got us what we needed to get and found all of Mora's notes. I mean, this was a real team effort, really compelling. The only concern I have of this game, which I think is otherwise a masterpiece, is that a group could get unlucky and have a worse time. A group could get unlucky or, have left the tower to play it safe and get a worse ending, make their game shorter. Everything about the game mechanically was wonderful. These pieces, these cards that you add up to your stats, mechanically very fun. The mechanics of the focus and rest cards and pushing your luck there, very fun. The 3 separate chapter books, the use of a map and spatial stuff. Maybe if you had to look for another complaint, the other complaint would be that you'd really need a magnifying glass to see some of the details on some of the cards. And Tina says what I was saying, but maybe even more so. And Tina says, a less methodical group could have a bad experience. I don't know if bad experience is the right word, because I think you're going to solve the puzzles, you're going to be pushed along, and so you'd have the fun of the puzzles. So I'm not sure bad experience, but you could certainly not get great endings and maybe feel like it wasn't your fault or rush through it. And you could certainly rush through it or not spend as much time as we did and not have as much fun as we did. For me, I really do think this is a masterpiece. I think this is a fascinating game in terms of game design and mechanics, and a very successful attempt to have some stressful decision making in a narrative game. And so many of the decisions are narrative related. To me, I think that's the right way to do these games. You don't have to have a decision that's always right or wrong and you get punished for being wrong. That never happened to us. There were never really times where the game, in fact, you could see that as a philosophy. The game says, hey, if you try the wrong answer as a puzzle, no penalty. There are no choices that were wrong here. It threatened us It threatened that we could make mistakes, and maybe when we read some of the alternate endings we can see, but in general, the game did exactly what I think it should do, which is load you up with stress about making it very important, making you think hard and long and hard about making decisions because they're weighty decisions. But for the most part, they weren't right or wrong. Now, a lot of our good endings happened because we found Sevilla. And it was clear that you could end the game without her and get some worse answers. And I guess definitely groups could get through it without that. So maybe we do need to put a little caveat, and this is what Antina was saying and what I was saying is, you are not guaranteed to have as good a time as we did, as I did, for sure. For sure, you could end up not having as good a time. I feel like we got lucky, and we were smart, and we worked as a team, and we got the best you could have gotten out of this experience. Whether we got the best ending, I can't say, but I think we got the most out of this experience as you could get. And for that, I am really grateful to have such a great team, although we had some real mutiny. And halfway through, Antina said, I'm not even paying attention to the story anymore. I'm just going to focus on the puzzles. So Antina went a little crazy, sending us into the darkness, but it all worked out. We all had our different strengths. You could see my strengths are not uniform across the board. I'm not the best puzzle solver. I'm not the best intuitive. We had Jonathan making great decisions about where to go, how to get a spirit. But my leadership paid off, and I got us out of the right tower with the right stuff. So, boy, as a group, we did well. I just loved it. I love the long experience. I love the slow burn of the mystery. I'm a sucker for stories where you're jumping in time. Could not have asked for more. From me, could not have asked for more. Love it. Absolute 10. For me, this game is a 10. I don't know if it'll be a 10 for you, but a 10. And that's right. Jonathan says, we preserved to find the bunker. That's right. It also tested our real world stamina, which I love in these games. We could have stopped with those two choices. We could have jumped off and finished, but we said, no, it's been 30 hours, 5-hour session. We still have the energy. We went to that other shrine. We found what we really wanted, and we did it. And we got a nice, long, generous epilogue. Love it. Absolutely love it. Any final thoughts from the channel? So on Wednesday, we'll get together and we'll read the rest of the endings and we'll look at the other cards and the choices and we'll talk about it a little more. We'll see what would happen if we did the different thing with the caveman. Maybe we'll play some of the puzzles that we didn't encounter. We'll look through this deck of cards. And Tina says, the epilogue didn't seem best to me. Has no effect on me whatsoever. My interest wasn't getting the best ending. I mean, I wanted us to do as well as we could do, and I feel like we did lots of great stuff. So whether it was the best ending or not doesn't make a difference to me. I'm a little weirded out that we didn't get to use that antidote. Maybe we'll see. I'm looking forward to looking behind the curtain and seeing what there is to see. I thought we had a cool ending. Freeing those humans from the bunker was fun. Created a new whole culture, a new society, went off, discovered new lands. Come on, what do you want more from a game? 30 hours, uncovered a mystery, got back together with our girlfriend, saw the future, met powers of mages, picked the one we cared about, got special power, went on to live a happy life, met our parents. My God, what more can you ask for from a board game? What more could you ask for? We even have a little woman that is going to be in the sequel. We'll go visit her one day and see how she's doing. Gilbert, you pulled it off. We had some doubts about you. You're not the sharpest tool in the shed, but you pulled it off. You pulled it off. And you might, in your old age, remember the woman in prison, but you're happily married to Sevilla with 30 charisma. And really, isn't she better than this woman? Don't think about it too much, Gilbert. Just enjoy your life and your happy marriage. You got a hot wife. She's brilliant. She's smart. What more can you ask for? Apparently, you're living through time for many years. All's good. All right, we're going to end it here. I'll see you, whoever wants to join us, Wednesday, where we look behind the curtain and see what else this game has in store. Maybe we'll do a review at some point. And let's not forget, there are 3 games in the Escape Tales series. And Escape Tales Low Memory is rated as a longer game. Just keep that in mind when you guys are ready for another 30-hour session. Thank you for joining me. Had a great time. Great team effort. I hope everyone has learned not to mutiny against me in the future. I know it was rough. I know we had hard scares, but as a team, we stuck together and made it through. That's what's important. Cooperation. I'll see you guys on the next video.